Good morning and welcome to the first Southern Virginia Regional Housing Summit. Thank you for being here and showing interest in our region. We are pleased to host this event in Danville and appreciate that there are 6 localities represented here in this effort. We have a quick-paced and information-packed agenda for today. I would like to thank those from across our region who have had a role in planning and organizing today's summit. If you had a role in planning the summit, would you please stand so we can recognize you for that? Thank you very much. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to all the elected officials who are here with us today. If you'll please stand and we'll recognize you as well. I know we have Virginia Delegate Danny Marshall here. Virginia Delegate Ren Williams is also here. Danville City Councilman and my boss, James Buckner, is here. And a little later today, we'll have Greenville, South Carolina Mayor Knox White. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If there are elected officials in the room and I missed you, I apologize. As Danville City Manager, I serve on the steering committee for the Partnership for Regional Prosperity, a group representing Danville and Pittsylvania County who are charged with thinking about the future and how to bring people, institutions, and organizations together to make it the best it can be. The future of Southern Virginia depends on many things, and one of the most important is safe and affordable housing for all income levels. Many of you are here today because you are curious about whether this region is worth your time and investment in development of housing. Based on recently announced economic development projects throughout the Southern Virginia footprint and the current activity for unannounced prospects, there is significant and growing demand for quality housing, especially for middle-class families. Our goal for the rest of today is to show you that investing in housing in our region is a wise decision and to share how our communities can support you in that effort. You will hear expert analysis of the current housing market, our current need, and expected demand. You will also learn about the various ways our local governments can support and partner with you in these efforts. At lunch, the mayor of Greenville, South Carolina, will share his community's experience handling rapid growth and why it's critical that we put plans in place to properly manage that growth. The Partnership for Regional Prosperity is pleased that local governments in our region are taking proactive steps to address this housing need. As a community, we understand that housing and quality of life are key to our economic success. We all want a future, there's no question about that, but we also want the best future. That is what we can work toward together. At this time, I am pleased to announce our first featured speaker, Ryan Price. Over the past 15 years, Ryan has honed his knowledge of Virginia's economy and housing market in a variety of roles in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. Ryan's research focuses on housing market trends in Virginia and the economic and demographic factors that move the market. Before stepping into his current role of Virginia Realtor's chief economist, Ryan served as the association's deputy chief economist. Prior to joining Virginia Realtors, he served as the president of the research consulting firm LSA Planning, as an urban planner for the city of Alexandria, and as a researcher at the Center for Regional Analysis at George Mason University. Ryan received a master's degree in urban and regional planning from Virginia Tech and a bachelor's degree in finance from James Madison University, where my son is attending. So, with that, let's bring Ryan up. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? So thank you for having me at this great event. I'm honored to be at the inaugural event, and I hope that everybody has had a chance to top off their coffees, because we're going to dive into some data now, right? Nothing like some early morning data to kind of get you going. So we know that job growth has been and will be a huge driver of the local economy in the coming years, right? And we know that jobs and housing are interconnected. You know, when you think about it, housing is where jobs go to sleep at night. Communities need both to really thrive. And so today's lineup, I think is really going to showcase a lot of the momentum that this region has going for it. and importantly, the opportunities, right? The local, the on-the-ground opportunities that exist here for housing. But before we dive into that conversation, before we dive into the regional and the local conversation, I think it makes sense to take a moment and reflect on some broader kind of macro level trends that are currently underway here in Virginia. And we think they're going to continue to be a major factor in the market. Now, our team at Virginia Realtors, we look at a lot of data all day, every day. We love data. Housing data, demographic data, economic data. And so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to highlight 3 factors, trends that our team has been monitoring in the data that we think are really going to shape the landscape of Virginia's housing market all across the state, including right here in Southern Virginia. And so we think that these are the factors that are a little more subtle in some cases, that you don't tend to get a lot of the headlines, that we think are going to influence the market. So when we think about it, the first factor that is going to influence the market is that we have in Virginia underlying demographic forces that are going to be shaping the demand out there for the next 5, 10 plus years, right? So when we think about the housing market, the health of the housing market, how is the housing market doing, we tend to look at it through sort of a reactionary lens, right? So something happens, and then we evaluate the market, right? Whether it be mortgage rates are surging, mortgage rates are plunging, whether it be kind of a chaotic seasonal market, or ominous forecasts that are kind of based more on short-term influences. That's what we hear. That's what we read about in the market. But when we step back and and take a look at the housing market, it becomes clear that there's broader, kind of longer-term trends that are actually more influential than the shorter-term occurrences, right? And that's demographics, right? Demographics are persistent. When you think about it, no matter what's going on out there in the market, in the economy, in society, people are going to continue to age, and people need a place to live, right? And so when we look at the demographic profile here in Virginia, our largest generation are millennials, by far. Nearly a third of all Virginians, 27%, are millennials, right? Second largest, baby boomers, about a quarter of the state's population. So those 2 generations combined represent about half of all Virginians. About 4 million Virginians fall into these 2 generations. And what's interesting about this is that these 2 generations, they're currently entering and are in life stages and age ranges that have a huge influence on housing. Rental housing, ownership housing. Let's start with the millennials. Millennials are our largest generation. We have a lot of millennials here in Virginia. Not true of every state. And the oldest millennial is now 40, 41. It's hard to believe. Millennials are getting married, they're starting families, and importantly, they're entering the prime home buying age, right? The late 20s, early 30s, right? And we know that millennials are interested in housing. They've been surveyed time and time again, probably the most surveyed generation that there is. They want to own housing, but they have a long way to go. When we look at the data, might be a little bit small on the screen there, but the home ownership rate for this kind of sub-segment of millennials, this 25 to 34 range, it's about 38% home ownership rate. When we compare that to prior generations, when they were that age, Gen Xers, when they were 25 to 34, upper 40%, 47% home ownership rate. When we look at young baby boomers, 45% home ownership rate. So millennial home ownership rate is much lower than prior generations had been. And what this tells us is very important because it means that there's a lot of natural pent-up demand in Virginia's housing market that's going to be there irregardless of what economic forces are underway here. People are entering that life stage, and that demand is naturally going to be there. Whether or not the housing is available is another question, but the demand is going to be there. Let's look at baby boomers quickly here. A quarter of the state's population are boomers. And we know that a lot of boomers are aging in place currently. They're staying in their homes a lot longer than folks had anticipated, not as much downsizing. But we're starting to see shifts in these trends. And what's important is as the boomers continue to age, into the 70s and eventually into the 80s, their influence on the housing market is going to increase. And so NAR, the National Association of Realtors, they put out a report, annual report. It's called the Generational Trends in the Housing Market for Buyers and Sellers. And what they found in the most recent version of the report is that about half of all senior buyers that are out there, about the 65 and older buyers, about half of them have bought in a senior. Entered the market and bought a home were to be closer to friends and family, to downsize into a smaller unit, and then for retirement. Those are the three key drivers or triggers for seniors. And what's important about that is because these triggers are going to become more and more impactful as the baby boomers age. So if we think about the young boomers aging into retirement, there's one of the triggers. When we think about the older boomers aging into their twilight years, there's another one of the triggers. And so we think that these are going to continue to influence Virginia's housing market. And then the last thing I'll mention on this point is that multi-generational housing is becoming more and more common here in Virginia. About a third of all Virginians live in a multi-generational household. And that's defined as a household that has two or more adult generations under the same roof, right? It could be seniors living with their adult children. It could be younger millennials or older Gen Zers living with their parents. So we think that this trend, it's prevalent and it's going to continue to increase. And so the key point with factor number one here is that we have pent-up demand in our housing market in Virginia, regardless of what's happening in the short term. And what's really driving that pent-up demand are these two generations, the millennials, the baby boomers. You can see on this slide some of the types of housing that we think are going to be in demand based on this pent-up demand. And what's interesting, if you look at both of these side by side, what do you notice? There's a lot of similarities here. And what that tells us is that millennials and seniors, as baby boomers age, they're going to be competing for the same housing stock, which just makes it that much more important that we address this housing stock and that it's available. And it shows that it is going to be in demand and it's going to be a big opportunity. The second factor that we've noticed in the data that's going to shape the landscape is that people are moving out of cities and into outer suburban communities, into exurbs, and into rural places. Now, certainly there are still people moving to cities. Don't get me wrong. There's always going to be people moving to cities. But when you look at the net change, we're starting to see this trend accelerate. And what's driving that? Well, when we look at the most recent data, most of the state's population growth has been in places like the outer suburbs in Northern Virginia, the exurbs, especially the Fredericksburg region. Same with Richmond, the outer suburbs and exurbs. Places like Chesterfield County, New Kent County has had the most of the population growth there. We go down to Hampton Roads, similar trends. It's the outer suburbs, Suffolk, places like that. Even rural communities, the coastal areas like the Northern Neck and the Middle Peninsula. We go inland, places in the northern Shenandoah and kind of central Piedmont region of Virginia. This is where most of the population growth has been occurring. And this is not a new trend. You know, we've been seeing this start to build up, but what happened is it really accelerated during the pandemic. Big part of that was remote work, right? Love it or hate it. It's been normalized over the past couple of years. You know, McKinsey put out a study just this spring and found that more than half of Americans who work telework at least one day a week. About a third of them, 35%, 5 days a week. That's a lot. Now, we do think that 5-day number, that percentage is probably going to come down as offices open up. But I think the important takeaway is that the way that we work has potentially evolved to where hybrid schedules are going to become more and more common. And this is going to put demand on markets, housing markets, that may not have been in demand when offices were occupied 5 days a week. What this has created is this phenomenon called the Zoom towns, and I'm sure many of you may have heard of this. It is a community. It's typically found in rural areas, outer suburbs, exurbs, where there was a large influx of population over the last couple of years, driven by that emergence of remote working, right? And we could go into a whole presentation about these. I'm not going to do that. But the key takeaway here is what facilitates this phenomena is broadband, high-speed internet. So this map, I don't know if you guys have seen the Commonwealth Connection map. Show of hands. Anybody seen this? You guys got to check it out. It's awesome. It's this broadband map in Virginia. I mean, you can drill down to the census block level and see what the broadband, the speed of internet is in a community. So anything that's blue, light blue on this map shows a place that has about 80% of their population that has access to high-speed internet. And what's interesting is that when you look at the patterns, the blue areas, the concentrations of blue, and you overlay it with where we've seen the population growth, where we've seen the housing demand, where we've seen the price growth of homes, there's a correlation. It's no surprise. What's driving this Zoomtown phenomena, what's driving this shift to kind of the outer suburbs and the rural places is internet access and remote work. So the key takeaway for factor number 2 is that we think non-urban communities, right, places like Southern Virginia, places that are in the exurbs, places that are in the outer kind of ring suburbs, those type of places that have a high quality of life, importantly, availability of housing, different types of housing, and then broadband. Those are the places that we think are going to continue to experience this growth and influx of population over the next 5 to 10 plus years. Third thing I'll mention to wrap it up here is that this is probably no news to anybody in this room, but we have a housing shortage in Virginia. And what this is doing and what it has been doing, it's been driving up home prices to the point where affordability is really becoming a huge impediment in a lot of regions. And so what this tells us is that regions that are relatively lower cost, have price points that are relatively affordable for a lot of Virginians, are well positioned, we think, to absorb a lot of that demand that's out there naturally in the market. Just to give a flavor of kind of how severe the inventory shortage is, this chart shows active listings in Virginia, all across the state, from the beach to the mountains, north and south, all around Virginia, over an 8-year period. And you can see the pattern. I mean, it's a stair step. Now, we may have entered the landing on the stair step, which is good news. You know, it's kind of leveled off. There's a little bit of building up. But at the end of June, there was only less than 20,000 active listings all across the state. Think about that, 20,000 in a state with 8 million people. It's unhealthy. The level of inventory is unhealthy. That's about 1.5 months of supply. To get some context here, about 4 to 6 months. That's what we would consider a more balanced market. We are nowhere near that, and we're not going to be for a number of years. This has driven up prices. Over 2015 to 2020, we saw about, average annual price increase about 3%, pretty stable, pretty steady. Then we saw that surge in demand. Prices jumped up. 3 times faster price growth, 10% price growth, average annual, and it still hasn't slowed down. So what this has created is an affordability crisis in a lot of regions. Kind of compounding that issue is that new construction has not kept up with the pace of demand. Now, it has ramped up recently. Last year we had a lot of housing starts. We had tons of building permits. But the reality is, if you look at the longer-term production, it's underproduced for many, many years. And what this has done is it's constrained the housing supply. And we know there's a myriad of reasons for this, from labor shortages to lot shortages to supply chain disruptions. I could go on and on, regulatory barriers. But the reality is there's not enough housing being produced for the demand that's out there. And so that's creating the tight supply environment. So the key point here is that supply, we think it's going to build up a little bit, but the reality is it's going to be constrained. There's not going to be enough supply for a long time. And what this is going to do, it's going to continue to make many regions around Virginia unaffordable for a lot of the buyers and sellers that are out there. And so we think that this positioned, more affordable price point markets are in a position to absorb a lot of that growth. So to sum it up, underlying demographic forces we think are going to shape the housing market, those boomers and millennials we talked about over the next decade. More people are moving out of urban areas into less urban areas, and these are the places that are in demand. And then this housing shortage that we're experiencing, it's causing affordability problems in a lot of regions. Places that have housing that is relatively affordable are very well positioned to absorb a lot of that growth. Leave you guys with some resources on our website, lots of data. We got a podcast, check it out. I do a Facebook Live every month. Please tune in for that, Virginia Realtors. And I'm going to introduce the next speaker, but here's my email address. Feel free to shoot me an email with any follow-up questions. Thank you, guys. So our next speaker is Linda Green. And Linda is the Executive Director of the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance, bringing federal, state, and local level experience from the public and private sectors. Linda Hudson Green has served as IALR's Vice President of Economic Development, as well as Executive Director of the Southern Virginia Regional Alliance since October of 2016. She helps leverage the hosting resources of the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research to assist local economic developers in marketing the Southern Virginia region. Together, they work to provide recruitment and retention of industries in the regional footprint to create and sustain jobs and ensure economic vitality of the region. Linda worked as the District Director for U.S. Congressman Robert Hurt and as Director for Federal Funding and Entrepreneurship for the Center for Innovative Technology, where she also served terms as Director of Manufacturing and Regional Technology Transfer. She also served as President and CEO of the Dan River Business Development Center and worked as a quality engineer for Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. A certified quality engineer, Linda holds a master's in business administration from Duke and is a graduate of Averett University and Danville Community College. Please join me in welcoming Linda Green.
Hello and welcome. Most of you knew a lot of that already, but when your market in a region with economic developers as strong as this one, you can't start out without mentioning them. Corey Babay, Christy Johnson, Sean Atkins. Is Sean here with us yet? I know Sean's en route, if not here. And Matt Rowe, who could not be with us this morning because of another trip. But most of what I will say can be credited to the strength of your economic development team. So thank all of them. So I'm going to start out with just a brief primer of this region for those who may not be as familiar with it. We like to say we're the premier site on the East Coast, right in the middle of an area that reaches 60% of the U.S. population and 2/3 of the U.S. industrial base in a one-day's drive. So your trucks can get there easily from this point. It's an affordable area. But when we say it's an affordable area and that we're 18% below the national average in cost, we also say that we want to raise the wage rates and improve the economic output and GDP of this region. So it's a joint statement. We also have a bottom bullet that is our most important. This is one of the most skilled programs that you'll see anywhere in the nation. What you're going to see in training and resources is unique here. This is how we would look at calling Southern Virginia home. You see the beauty at the top in the pictures. You know that CNBC ranked Virginia a top state for business 2 consecutive years. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that one of the rankings that is important in that is housing. You know we failed to 3rd this time, so we've got a mission to go back to number 1, and housing's part of that dilemma. This is additional facts. We have one of the largest mega sites on the East Coast in this area, 3,528 acres. And we're going to talk more about that, what that means in needs in just a minute. We have a variety of innovative workforce solutions, but that's partnered with more than 40 colleges and universities in a 2-hour radius. And there aren't many people with that kind of firepower as we do. And unique quality of life assets. But let's look at the labor shed, because people are saying, where do the workers come from, before they're saying, where do the houses come from? Look at our labor shed in a 60-mile radius and how it overlaps with 4 other metropolitan areas. So you see Roanoke and Lynchburg in Virginia, but then look to our south with the Piedmont Triad and the Research Triangle. So when you look at those overlapping labor sheds, we have more than 500,000 people in our labor shed within that 60-mile radius. So we have workers far beyond the population in this immediate area, but we also have out-commuters of about 27%. Then look at our mega site and look at it as it grows. The pad site's growing day by day for those who are familiar with this. An excellent site. And then let's look at some of the activity that is telling us we need housing. If you look, the mega site was purchased about 14 years ago, and the leaders started to work on that. In 2014, they had a first really solid prospect. We're not talking about kicking tires. We're talking about serious leads that might fit. 2015, that continued, and they got their first letter of intent in the park. 2017, 3 actives, but that included a major OEM with Jones Lang LaSalle bringing it in. The site wasn't far enough along to be competitive at that point. The grading was just getting going good, but they made a great showing on utilities and capacity. Then look what happened in 2018. In 2018, you see 4 leads. 3 of them were original equipment manufacturers or really large projects. They came from site consultants across the nation, and with those, one of the site consultants was at a national conference where VEDP was present, or the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. And when they talked about the best sites on the East Coast, they talked about North Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia. She stood quickly and said, I just took a company through Southern Virginia, and for those of you who have not visited that site, barring none, it's the best on the East Coast. That's when we started to see an explosion, and Corey, Matt, and the teams around them got incredibly busy. The next year, you see, we were a finalist for an auto OEM that narrowed it down to top states, but decided they needed a Western Coast operation first, but that they would build an Eastern Coast facility in the future. So being in the final list fared well. Then 2021, 14 sites. And with that, we also got a coveted recognition for being a Quest McCullum Sweeney site certified site. What does that mean? That means that the best certification program in the nation linked to attracting major companies certified us as ready to build for those companies that were interested. With that, we continued those finalists. So you see 2022, we were the finalist in a semiconductor project that was the largest project Virginia had ever seen. We got down to the final 5 sites in that decision, and we were a finalist in an auto OEM site that you may have read about. That was with KPMG. We were the second site in the list, so we didn't come in first, but we almost did. And the site that won it already had some of their plants and suppliers in a firm network position. What does that say? The top projects are looking, the site is more ready, and this has significant investment. We're looking at capital investments as large as $54 billion. So significant money to invest into a community to change the future trajectory for our youth so that when they finish playing football, they can come home. So with that, we're looking at job counts as high as 17,000 jobs. So for the developers, the housing developers in this room, you know that it doesn't just mean developing a site, it means developing a community. When we did this, we had to show them that we could accommodate housing and that we had a plan and a strategy to move forward. Part of that strategy was bringing you all together to look at the need, the chicken and the egg. We are ready for the development. When you look at the growth that you saw in Virginia, you saw that rural was not increasing and that we did not hit that growth with the last census count. But what you also didn't see is a trend that's moving straight upward. You didn't see the over $1 billion of projects that were attracted in this area over the last 5 years. And you didn't see that in conjunction with that, you had almost 5,000 jobs created by this team of economic developers and their leaders. We looked at all the existing studies that had been done. We looked at them carefully. Everybody had positioned projects, and sometimes you wonder if this was done without thought. I can tell you that's absolutely not the case from going through reams and reams of data. But what we found was a lot of housing data to support the growth. And then we did a study for one of these major companies that looked at what our capacity was and could we meet their needs. What we found was we had 69,500 housing units within a 45-mile radius that were vacant. Now, this was in 2021. We had 615,000 existing housing units. We had a housing affordability index of 172. The national average is 100, and the higher that number is, the more house you get for your money. So that means you could get a really good house here for less money than you could in other parts of the country. We looked at the 45-mile radius and the number of single-family, multifamily, and even temporary housing that we would need for contractors and construction workers. We looked at the existing platted and vacant residential lots. And then we looked at the surrounding areas and what was happening. And what we found out was that in North Carolina's Piedmont Triad region, the Research Triangle, and Roanoke, there was also a housing boom and construction that was quite successful. So you looked at that population and workforce across this region. Look at the current household market, which I've cited some of those stats, so I won't read them again. Looked at the utility capacity, and this is an area that does have the utility capacity to support housing. Then we talked to home builders across the area, and this was all done by a group from Ted Abernathy's group, so it was a quite good study. They found that demand was strong for new construction, but as that was, product was almost exclusively single-family detached on large lots when you looked overall. There was an increased interest in renovating older properties and vacant homes for resale, but they acknowledged that local builders could not handle the demand that we were talking about, and we would have to bring in national builders to complement what they bring to the table. We looked at incentives like opportunity zones, the subdivision infrastructure reimbursement program in Danville. We looked at the city of Martinsville's efforts and some of the things that the Harvest Foundation is doing with them. And then we looked further at neighboring communities and what they were doing. And the fact that the Raleigh-Cary is second in the U.S. among large metro areas for new units per capita. Piedmont Triangle, strong growth as well in the top 10. Roanoke, showing good numbers. So what that said to us is we have developers all around us, and we were already working with some strong developers across the U.S. Again, we continued to look at where those opportunity zones are located and what that meant for housing projects. And finally, we went back to the company with a detailed explanation of how we could work with them and new developers as well as existing developers to solve their need. And you can see this is a snapshot, but it was a very detailed analysis that they asked for. And believe me, when you work with a site consultant, they drilled down to every detail and where every fact came from. And I'll have to say the localities had the answers. While we had the answers, there's another underlying story. While we could show that we could hit numbers and we could work with them to build, we knew that we had an aging housing stock, that it didn't necessarily have the amenities people demand today. It didn't have the large walk-in closets or the granite countertops in every room or the things that the people were trying to attract, sometimes doubling our salaries, sometimes tripling, wouldn't be satisfied with the things that we had. And we didn't have those stair steps that allow people to move from affordable housing to middle income housing and to affluent homes. So we wanted to look at all of that and how we solved the problem. We also had to convince them that the quality of life in our region was not just a dream, but becoming a reality. So we showed them the things that are going on. And I'm moving quickly through them, but I see Rick Barker, and I have to mention private investment was a big part of what we showed them. And not only were the localities involved, but the private investors as well. We also showed them placemaking, restaurants, trails, quality of life, art, social activities, and outdoor recreation. But before they will build, they have to know they want to live here. And we showed them, again, the social amenities and commitment from private resources in the region and the future dreams. With that, we also looked at what are the impacts on local government, and we're starting to look at this deeper. And we found a model that came from the National Association of Home Builders. This model had more than 800 different communities have gone through it since 1996. And it looks at the break-even for communities who want to invest in housing. And what it showed that when you do 100 houses, and that could be in the rental apartments, it could be in the single-family homes, and it could be in the remodeling. What are the investments by the locality, and what is the return on investment? And if done well and done with developers, those can be developed with significant return on investment within 1 year, and then a recurring. So you see the recurring in the column beside of it. So in the blue column, you see the 1 year for 100 single-family homes, for instance. Then you see the recurring impacts to the locality. So a valuable tool for them to be able to use. We looked at what's going on around us with Amazon. We looked at state programs, everything from weatherization programs and other programs with the state that would help. We looked at unmet housing needs and how people like Loudoun County are addressing it with the Amazon project. And the best quote that they gave us is there is no one-size-fits-all solution for housing issues. Also, we followed all the things that have been happening over the last year since this study because the housing market has definitely changed. We saw the Virginia article that showed that we had to address housing, and that came from JLARC. Housing is connected to economic growth, but only the right housing in the right place. So that's the other part of our decisions, is that we have to look at this strategically with you all. So we'll continue to look at this. I want to look at the next to the last quote. Andrew Clark, who's the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Home Builders Association, had this quote in an article. He told lawmakers that parts of Southern Virginia, including the South Side region and southwestern corner of the state, saw a 32% increase in cost over the last year. Think about that. That's a significant change since we did the last report. As we're looking at that, we're also looking at new models. What do you do in middle income? There's a lot about affordable housing, but middle income's a different challenge. And the one that we haven't tackled, but I want to put on the table, is that the companies that we're talking to are not looking for us to do this in a vacuum. They're looking to do this with us, but they want to know that we have solutions. So think about the Amazon investment. Think about JBS Meatpacker, who put $26 million into housing. Walt Disney in Florida is setting aside 80 acres for housing for their employees. Medical device group, Cook Group, who's part of Merck, they looked at life science company and put 300 single-family homes in Indiana. Now, these are for middle-class production workers. That's the big switch. You've seen this for executives, but you haven't seen this before for middle class. A model town in Pullman, Illinois, built dorms for textile workers. That's something we're more familiar with. Elite universities are putting housing up that they use for their faculty. Columbia, New York University, and Stanford. Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and the Chan Zuckerberg initiatives have pledged contributions from $500 million to $1 billion. What are we saying? The partners in housing are changing, and the companies that we are talking to are saying, what can you do with us? So with that, companies are being squeezed by record high job openings. Turnover and unemployment's at a low, but remember, it's a labor market issue they're solving, not a housing market. So that brings new employer testimonials to the table. Pella is making an incredible investment in theirs. So it changes our future efforts. We're going to look with you all, with industry, and do this as a strategy that we move forward together on. Thank you. And now, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who's going to give you an incredible amount of facts and figures that make us better. Ken Danter is the founder and president of the Danter Company. It was established in 1970, and he is actively engaged in all facets with his company of real estate research, specializing in market feasibility, economic impact, and economic development. Mr. Danter pioneered methodologies that are unique to the real estate research industry, particularly his market effect and 100% database on which all of his company research is based. These methodologies were developed and specifically determine market feasibility for housing, providing a solid foundation to base market decisions. The Danter Company was one of the first to recognize the importance of merging consumer surveys and buyer profiles with the real estate planning and development process so that they can create real estate solutions that meet the needs of both the renters and the home buyers. He's directed the completion of over 10,000 projects in every state in the United States and has published numerous articles for real estate publications. Prior to forming his company, he was the Director of Economic Development at the Columbus Area Chamber of Commerce. Please welcome Mr. Danter.
Great to be here. Thanks, everybody, for coming. It's great to see so many people turn out just to hear about housing in Southern Virginia, and so many great sponsors too. It's a good showing, and I really appreciate it. I'm sure everybody else does as well. Today we're going to get down in the weeds. You've heard some great overviews. You've seen some of the things that are happening. Now it's time to get down and slog around in the dirt, which is what we do. The Danter Company is a company that deals a lot in field work, We spend a lot of time with boots on the ground. When we talk about apartments, that means we've been to every apartment community in the region. When we talk about single family, we've walked all of the properties in the area. We talk about assisted living, I've been in every one. So we are boots on the ground people, and that's where the weeds are, and that's exactly where we're going to get. How many people here remember a movie in 1989 called Field of Dreams? You remember Kevin Costner walked into the cornfield. That creepy, quiet voice said, "If you build it, they will come." Boy, if it was that easy. That line's been repeated 1,000,000 times in the real estate industry. Our company has made a lot of money off of that line, trying to validate, will they really come? If they come, how many will be here? Who are they? What do they want? Can they afford us? Do they have the money? Are they willing to spend it? What are they looking for exactly, and can we provide it? Those questions don't get asked when we say, if we built it, they will come. We've been working in Danville since about 2007. We've completed projects for apartments, single family, assisted living, adaptive reuse, downtown housing. We've been involved in the market for a long time, and Danville's one of those towns that we really love, and I've enjoyed coming back here since 2007. We're currently involved in a project with Danville in response to the potential new jobs coming into the market. To date, through next year, there'll be 3,900 new jobs impacting the Danville market. Question is, can we house the people? How are we going to do that? How many homes do we need? What do we need to provide? What's the impact of that? We know that 1,300 jobs are coming with the Caesars Resort, and there are another 6 or 8 companies coming into the market to add the additional 2,300 jobs. So what is that impact going to be? First, we need to kind of put that into perspective of what we really have to do, what we have in the market now. So to look at the current market, the typical way of looking, you kind of look at comps, you look at the market, you see who's here, you look at the base we have to work from, where are we going from here, what do we have to work with? In Danville, we don't have a lot to work with. We've not had a lot of construction. In some cases, we've had zero construction in the housing industry. So we have a big pent-up demand, but we can't measure it. We can't look at it and say, well, we had 400 units last year, and looking at the markets and the demographics supporting that, here's where we think we can be next year. We didn't have it last year. So our approach to that was to look at peer cities. We identified cities that were generally comparable to Danville, look to see what they had accomplished, and then look to see if what we can do compared to what they have done. We wanted to review, obviously, the demographic trends, the economic trends impacting the area, and we wanted that full field survey of what the market looks like today. Where do we stand today? What do we look like? In looking at the peer city analysis, there are 309 cities in the U.S. with populations between 30 and 50,000. Danville's 42,560 or something like that. There's 75 with conventional economies, conventional demographics that are outside of major metropolitan areas. From those 75, we selected 10 that were generally comparable to Danville to take a deeper dive to look to see what we could find from those cities that we could apply to Danville to determine what kind of pent-up demand we have, because we've supplied little or no housing for the past 20 years. We looked at population income, incomes over 75,000, home ownership rates, mortgage ratios, population of jobs ratio, distance from a major market, distance from an interstate highway, and single and multifamily building permits. Danville is just about equal to all of those markets, with the exception of building permits. If we look at single-family permits over the last 21 years, see that, especially in the last 10 years, Danville has averaged 10 units per year, compared with 89 per year in the peer cities. Just on that basis alone, that's 900 homes that didn't get built in this market. It's a little different from multifamily because Danville has done a great job with the River District, and we've added a lot of apartments to that area. The good thing about that, they have been very high-end. The rents are relatively high. It's demonstrated the fact that we can get good rents in Danville. The units have been absorbed, little or no vacancies in that area. The 59 units that you see there is actually inflated if we include only the market rate units and take out the assisted units, the tax credit units. The number is actually about 39. So it's still less than we're getting in the peer cities. A couple of other comparisons I'd like to make. One is those of us that work around the housing industry, we always hear about median income. Median income is kind of the standard that we all look at. And that's unfortunate because median income is not a measure of anything except the median of what the income is. If you have a median income here of $40,000, and if every household with an income over $40,000 got a $50,000 raise, the median would still be $40,000. So the median doesn't really measure the extent of the market or the potential impact of the buying power of a market. The average income is a much better measure because it measures how high we can go and how low we can go, and all of that comes into that average. And quite frankly, then, going upwards, you can go to $100 million as an income. Going down, you can only go down $40,000. That's all you have. So the average is more reflective. More importantly to those of us in the housing industry, though, it doesn't really matter what the average or the median is. What really matters is how many people are in our target group. And in this case, if we look at households aged 25 to 64 with incomes over $70,000, that's about a $300,000 home equivalent. Danville has 12% more than the peer cities. If we look at those incomes over $35,000, which will support a $750 rent, Danville has 14% more than the peer cities. And remember, we didn't build any units during that time. If you look at the age over 65 with incomes over $35,000, Danville has 69% more households than the peer city average. And we've built no product for that cohort. One of the things, I think you may have mentioned it here earlier, to think about as a housing continuum. How many people here have lived in a house that under no circumstances you ever want to go back to? How many of you want to be judged by the fact that you actually lived there? We have a housing continuum. People get their first house, maybe after college, maybe with their first job when they move out. And it's the place that's the place we never want to go back to. Then we get a better job. We may get a spouse or a partner. Our incomes increase. We move up a notch. We move up a notch. Eventually we become homeowners. We may go through 2 or 3 different values of home through that continuum. And certainly there are people who move back and forth. A lot of us have had kids move back home. But generally speaking, people move along that housing continuum. Then we reach an age, usually toward retirement, early 60s, we start thinking about a lifestyle change. Then we start looking at what's available to us there. People are making this change on a regular basis today. In almost every market we look at, downsized condominiums, downsized apartments that are targeted to seniors is one of the most common products we see in the marketplace today. By the way, Danville has none. Beyond that point, then we're looking at assisted living, and then the very, very high density, which is the cemetery, which is the highest density housing we've got. If I look at the peer cities and I look at the bands of income and the housing values that those bands will support, and I apply those capture factors to Danville, we have a deficit of over 600 single-family homes. Those are homes that have not been built, that did not get built in the last 20 years. Those are homes that exist in the peer cities. They do not exist here. We have not added anything to that base to speak of. But when you allocate that, we have almost 200 homes in the 250 to 300 range. And I realize that's a price point that's getting tougher and tougher to build to. But it is a very important price point. And one of the things that we'll be talking about is what can we do to help buy down that price, to get into that home ownership, that working class home ownership range. It's very critical for us in terms of meeting the needs of incoming employers, and in this case, meeting the needs of the people who already live in Danville. We talked about the declining listings. Brian talked about the declining listings in the market. But when I look at resales in Danville, they have gone up every single year for the last 11 years, from 151 in 2010 to 375 last year. Those are transactions of homes over $250,000 in a market that doesn't have a lot of homes over $250,000 because we haven't built anything that gets into those categories. If I look at it by price range, every single price category has more than doubled the number of resales in the past 10 years. If I take those same income bands of renters in the peer cities, and I apply those bands to Danville, we have a deficit of 760 apartments. Those are apartments that never got built. If you look in most of the peer cities, what you'll see is conventional apartment communities. They've been building apartments every single year. What happens when you build apartments every single year is that you have price increases every single year. I can't build today for what I built for 2 years ago. So when you add continuous product through all of this time, you get a progression of rents. So now I have a progression of rents, and I can apply that to my continuum of housing so people can move through this housing continuum. What happens with the housing continuum is if you ball up everybody at one spot and they can't move on to better housing that they're looking for, they leave town. You leave town for two reasons. I can't get a job or I can't get a house. They're both critical and they're both equally important. In our case, we have a big gap. There are over 600 existing renters over age 62 with incomes that will support modern construction. Incomes over $35,000. 600 existing renters. Now, this is a time we've built no new product. We have no product that is appropriate for seniors. What we have are 2- and 3-story walk-ups and townhouses. Exactly what every senior is looking for, right? These are big gaps in the housing continuum that impact our ability to attract workers, to retain workers. This is a summary of the existing apartment markets in Danville. 2,842 units. About 30% of those are one-bedrooms, which is pretty consistent with most markets. 58% two-bedrooms, pretty consistent with most markets. Vacancy rate of 2.5%. The highest vacancies are in studios, as you would expect. Nobody moves into a studio apartment and wants to live there forever. They usually leave about halfway through the lease and sometimes in the middle of the night. The important thing here is to look at that median rent and compare it with the upper end of the upper quartile. On a one-bedroom, the median rent for a one-bedroom unit is $525. The upper quartile goes to $1,276, and this has been absorbed. So it's demonstrating that we can absorb those higher rent units. We just don't have them. People will look at that rent, that median rent especially, and I've heard this a dozen times. Rents are cheap in Danville. It's true. But the big problem is not cheap rents. The big problem is we have cheap apartments. They're not worth any more than we're getting for them. In fact, if I look at the apartments in Danville and transfer that same product to the peer cities, it won't get as much money in the peer cities as it gets in Danville. We have cheap apartments. We do not have cheap rents. These are two graphs, scatter plots. If you look at the one on the left, that's a one-bedroom unit. The one on the right is mislabeled. That's a two-bedroom unit. Every dot on there represents a property in Danville with one-bedroom units. The vertical axis is the rent. The horizontal axis is a comparability rating, which is a combination of the unit amenities, the project amenities, and the curbside appeal of the project. So what you will see is most of the product is clustered in the lower left-hand corner. It's cheap apartments. They have comparability ratings in the 12 to 14 range, which means they don't have much in the way of amenities. You also have a lot of properties at the upper right-hand corner, which are mostly in the River District areas. Those are units that are getting $1,200, $1,300 for a one-bedroom unit. They have more amenities. But even there, the amenities don't even come close to what most modern apartment communities are providing. A modern apartment community with the pool and the clubhouse and all the bells and whistles and flash and chrome would rate even higher than that. But what you see is a big gap between $600 and $1,000. If you look at the two-bedroom graph, you see that basically the same thing. You have a lot of product in the lower left and some product in the upper right. One of the things that, by the way, that these charts do not show is the number of units in each one of those. So most of the properties in the upper right-hand corner have relatively few units, and most of the properties in the lower left are bigger properties with more units. So the skew would be even different if we had the number of units reflective in that same chart. This is a comparison of one-bedroom units and the distribution of rents between Danville and the peer cities. Danville being on the left, you can see again the big gap between the bottom and the top compared with the relatively level distribution for the peer cities. That gap in the middle is where most of those 700 units reside. Same thing on the two-bedroom units. By the way, the one-bedroom units, most of those units, again, are in the River District. Looking here, we see that as soon as we drop off at about $700 or $800 on a two-bedroom unit, we don't have a lot of product compared to what we have in the peer cities. If you look at that distribution above $700, you see that's where we're missing product. That's where we're missing housing in the continuum of housing. People who are going from rental housing to home ownership have to pass through those higher rents. And for the most part, to go from a $600 rent to a $300,000 house, even if you can afford to do that, most people won't do that. You really need to be able to provide people with easy steps through that process. We don't have that. We have people getting to a certain point in the market. They can't move beyond that. Second component then, we have the existing market to pent-up support. Second component is we got 3,900 new jobs already committed to the market within the next 18 months. How do you deal with that? What we've developed is a housing demand model. The housing demand model basically says if I have 1,000 jobs coming in and the jobs meet these criteria, how many of those people are going to be hired locally, how many are going to be transferring, how many are going to commute regionally, and what is going to be the impact on housing. So if we look at that demand model for 3,900 jobs, we're going to need over 900 apartments. Workforce housing, which is basically under $1,000, about almost 600, and upscale apartments over $1,000, we're looking at about 300. That's to satisfy the people already committed to bring their companies to Danville. If I look at single family is not impacted initially as much as would be apartments, because most people who move into a market don't move in and buy a house right off the bat. What they do is they move in and get an apartment. We don't have any apartments. They move into an apartment, they get the lay of the land, they figure out what neighborhood they want to be in, how long do they have to commute, all of those things. Then they make a decision about buying a house. So this represents the first impact of 3,900 jobs, 138 single-family homes. However, if we have the apartments, we have people moving through. That secondary impact on the single-family market occurs within 12 to 18 months. So as those employees move through that bubble, every year they increasingly impact that single-family market. So in summary, 3,900 new jobs, 1,059 new homes. We have pent-up demand that is in the market today of almost 1,400 homes. So we're looking at 2,400 homes that are currently either in immediate need for new job hires or for people who already reside in Danville. So if you build it, they will come. Folks, they're already here. Thank you.
Time. Well, we will take questions from participants today for the three panelists of the morning session. After question and answer, we'll take a quick break and come back at 10:30 for the next sessions, which will feature all of the participating localities, and they'll provide information about opportunities within each of the communities. So at this time, are there any questions for our panelists?
How you doing? I'm Charles Crawford with TRG Group. Is Danville really ready to handle the magnitude of people coming here, water, sewer, electrical? Because I was just in a meeting and I don't think everybody's ready for that influx of that many people coming. Are you ready for that? And what steps are you going to take to prepare yourself for that?
Maybe I'm the right person to answer that question. It's important to keep in mind that Danville was once a community of 54,000 people. We were a textile community, so our utilities are definitely in good shape. So you mentioned water, sewer, electric. We have the capacity within Danville and probably the surrounding region as well, because much of the manufacturing was heavily reliant on utilities in this region. So I think the region together can support from an infrastructure standpoint. The population, again, in Danville was 54,000 at one point. We're at 43,000 now. So, the built infrastructure of streets and roads and curbs and gutters and the neighborhoods and streets, they're there. It's just the housing is a major issue because we've had many years where we've not had people invest in existing homes. Like was just mentioned, no new homes were built. So we're really, I think the main issue we have right now in order to support what is happening and what will be happening is building new homes, apartments throughout our entire region.
One last question.
Sure.
I was also in another meeting, and I subsequently found out about your funding. I only needed one road built, but they said that you guys don't have enough funding to build one road. So I need to find out at what point will you have enough funding to build just a one city road?
I'm not sure. So we have street funding. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a specific question for a specific case, but we have state funding and local funding for streets and cities. VDOT handles rural areas, so there's funding for that. Typically, when people build a subdivision, they build roads for those subdivisions. But in Danville, for example, we do have an infrastructure reimbursement program. So if a developer wants to build a subdivision in Danville, then if they meet certain criteria, build a certain number of houses, they will get reimbursed for the cost of that infrastructure to include roads.
All right.
First of all, I want to thank the presenters. My name is Ernest Daniel, Tri-County Community Action Agency. The presenters were really very good. It's an extremely large amount of data that you want us to digest. And I was wondering, are you going to make those PowerPoints available to us so that when we come down to digesting, can we work as a team in order to digest some of that? Because that is a lot of information, and it's a lot of construction.
So the answer is yes. The presentations will be made available to each of the participants today, so you'll receive an email after the summit has concluded. In addition, this is being filmed, so you will have access to each of the sessions where you can watch it again and share it with your colleagues.
Could you just share with me one more time the number of vacant homes that I saw on the slide, on one of the slides?
So that was in a 45-mile radius, and we also looked at a 60-mile radius, but we zeroed in on 45 because we want those people to live here. That was 69,500 homes. As you know, not all of those homes, although we could put that number on a chart, not all of them would be the homes that people would target and move into. But in a 45-mile radius in 2021, the number was 69,500.
Are there any additional questions before we head into break? I guess before we head into break, how many of you all are developers or representing a development firm? Raise your hands. We so thank you for being here today to learn more about the Southern Virginia region. Now, who are those who support development projects? So where are the contractors, the materials suppliers, the engineering firms, the architects? Raise your hand. We saw the previous round of hands, so you know who to go target after, as we go on to break. And many of you all have tables out on the atrium, so I would like for you to take a chance and visit our sponsoring tables. And then finally, who are the banks, the financial institutions, or those who represent state, federal financial programs and resources available for development projects? So going back to that first round, developers, please take time to talk to these financial institutions because they are ready to help you and to help find that next opportunity within Southern Virginia. So we will see you all at 10:30 back in this room. I would like for you all to make sure we keep on schedule. So come back and have a seat at 10:30, and we'll go into our regional opportunities for development. Thank you. All right, if I will ask that everyone take their seat, please. We will get started with our next session. And so for those of you who are developers or representing development teams who raised your hand, this session is for you. Each of the participating localities across Southern Virginia have selected a handful of examples of opportunities within each locale or locality, and they'll present those opportunities to you. That's right. It's exciting. That's right. Before we get started on presenting those properties, everyone who has a name badge, if you flip it over, you'll see your lunch table number. So after this session concludes, we will have question and answers for the crowd, but I will ask for everyone to go through the doors. The doors will open to my left, your right, and we'll head into the lunch session. And I would ask that you sit at your designated table that's highlighted on the back of your name tag. Okay? So I'm Corey Bobe, the Director of Economic Development and Tourism for the City of Danville, and I am so thrilled to begin this session highlighting residential housing opportunities throughout Southern Virginia, and I'll highlight those within the City of Danville itself. As Ken Larking, our City Manager, had mentioned earlier, the City of Danville is a community of around 43,000 individuals, 43,000 people. However, we serve as the regional hub for commercial activity, retail, restaurants, and entertainment. So that really draws from a market of around 625 individuals who come in to shop, to eat, to explore, and to play. And so there's a large market that we serve.
This leads into one of our first properties that we'll highlight today, which is in the Piedmont Commercial Corridor. Hull Properties owns the Danville Mall, and I believe we have a representative from Hull, John Mulheron. There we go. He's raising his hand in the background. He will be happy to answer any questions during one of the breaks or during our networking event after the session. We are looking for a partnership. They are looking for a partnership to help further residential development and commercial development at or around the Danville Mall. The Danville Mall sits on 34 acres and totals over 731,000 square feet. It's located proximate to a number of key assets for the city of Danville, including just several miles from our growing river district, which you've heard about some today. In between two of Averett University's campuses, the North Campus, which houses a number of sporting and athletic events, and their main campus, which has student housing and their traditional classes. And you heard earlier today of Caesar's $650 million investment in bringing a resort into our community by 2024. So it's very proximate to each of these key assets. In addition, there's a lot of activity and traffic surrounding this property. The roadways on a daily average will see anywhere between 17,000 to 24,000 cars pass by. So it is highly visible and highly active. It's in close proximity to a large number of regional and national chains. So think of your Olive Gardens, Home Depots, Targets. Those are all within proximity to this property. So what we're exploring and where there's opportunity surrounding the mall, and this will be made available in a packet if you stop by the City of Danville's table. We do have a booklet that highlights each of these opportunities, plus additional options throughout the city. There are exterior-facing redevelopment opportunities. You'll see those highlighted in green that total around 87,000 square feet, as well as provides over 600 parking spaces. In addition, there's additional opportunity for outparcel development, totaling 17,000 square feet and 133 parking spaces. So what does this mean? What are we looking for? We're looking for this lifestyle destination where community, commercial, and residential all meet in one location on this 34-acre parcel. So this could be hospitality. This could be filling that housing need that Ken Danter had shared earlier through whether it's apartments or townhouse development. This could be including outdoor public spaces. Where can you have gathering? Where can you have events? Where can you draw the public into this site? And of course, commercial and office development. So shown on the screen are just some concepts of how you could partner with the Hull Property Group. Now, again, we've talked about our river district quite a bit today, and Danville's river district has seen substantial growth since 2011. Over $300 million has been invested in this historic urban center of our community. And as you cross the Dan River and enter into the river district from Highway 58, you'll see a beautiful Main Street Plaza, a gorgeous fountain, some redeveloped properties, but you'll also see, if you turn your head to the left, a building that was constructed, I believe, in the 1960s that's wrapped in metal and is not very attractive. Our community does own that through its Industrial Development Authority, and this provides really an anchor and very visible opportunity for this building to be demolished and converted into mixed use. So we're looking at, these are conceptual renderings from an architect we hired last year of what could be on this site. And we're looking for mixed use, so apartments on the upper floors. I would love a rooftop opportunity, and first floor commercial space. Also within the also within the River District is an opportunity along our riverfront. We are incredibly excited about what's happening on our riverfront over the next 2 years. Beginning this fall, you'll see a box labeled the White Mill. This is a 650,000 square foot historic property, former textile weaving and manufacturing firm through Dan River Mills, that will be converted into mixed use, so apartments on the upper floors and 110,000 square feet of commercial space on the first floor. Just next to the property, you'll see downtown, where actually just to your left of that box is 5 acres owned by the city of Danville that will go under construction and be converted into a riverfront park. So there will be splash pads, playgrounds, performing stage, boat access into the river. So this will become truly a destination for residents and visitors. The side of the White Mill crossing the Dan River is a pedestrian bridge. We have done quite a bit of work over the last 6 months doing environmental remediation on that bridge, taking down metal panels, and now our Parks and Recreation Department will begin designing this bridge, and we'll incorporate it into our Riverwalk Trail system. We have over 13 miles of paved biking and walking trails that line the river. And what this pedestrian bridge connects you to is our next opportunity. There are over 25 acres of land available on the riverfront for redevelopment purposes. And we have one of the property owners, Rick Barker, here again. Please take advantage of the networking breaks in tonight's reception to speak with him in more detail about this property. This presents a large amount of mixed-use opportunity, including on a 5-acre parcel, the availability to, and this schematic shows about 40,000 square feet of potential development area. On the larger parcel directly across from the White Mill, they have engaged Dewberry to provide conceptual renderings of what could be on this property. In this particular schematic, you're looking at a mix of uses, including 116 one-bedroom units, 84 two-bedroom units, and 12 single-family luxury homes that face the river. Also included is an 80-room hotel on this property and 430 parking spaces to accommodate this growth. So again, all of these properties provide not only beautiful views of our river, but they are directly connected to our Riverwalk Trail system, which is a lovely amenity to offer residents. Owned by our housing authority, Larissa is in the audience. He's the executive director of the Danville Redevelopment and Housing Authority. They own 60 acres that is located between our river district and our Old West End, which is a historic neighborhood that has seen substantial redevelopment over the past 5 years. There are 330 parcels in this cluster of land. Through a study, there are 3 recommendations on the type of projects we'd like to see in this area. You'll see redevelopment subarea A, which we're targeting mixed use and single-family residential use. Subarea B, a mix of residential, medium density, natural recreational area, and medium density single-family residential. And then in redevelopment subarea C, we're targeting single-family residential and medium density. So again, there are a large number of parcels. The Housing Authority and our Community Development Department will be happy to work with you to see if the lot sizes need to be readjusted. We're here to partner and work together with you for the highest and best end use for the property. Also, our Danville Public School System owns property that's available for residential development on the northern portion of town on Lombardi Way. There are over 20 acres that are owned. There's one 12-acre parcel and 8.2, around less than half an acre parcels available for single-family and multifamily end uses. And finally, we are a region of partnerships. And I mean, today is a very great indication of how localities throughout Southern Virginia can work together to promote opportunity and economic development efforts. And what was shared earlier in Linda Green's presentation was our partnership between the City of Danville and Pennsylvania County on the development of the Southern Virginia mega site, which is over 3,500 acres. And she had shared with you some of the activity associated with that park and the types of industries and the scale of industries that are considering that park. Well, as part of the development process, both localities through its Regional Industrial Facility Authority acquired 160 acres to accommodate a connector road, so a 1-mile stretch that will connect from the Danville Expressway directly to the park. And we are seeking opportunities with developers to redevelop this 160 acres into a mixed use, so housing, hospitality, and commercial that certainly would benefit the executives and the employees within the Southern Virginia mega site. So this is physically located in Pennsylvania County. However, again, it's co-owned between the two localities. Speaking of partnerships, I'd like to call up next our partner in Pennsylvania County, Emily Ragsdale, who is the Director of Community Development for Pennsylvania County, to share opportunities within the county footprint.
Thank you, Corey. So I'm Emily Ragsdale. As Corey said, I'm the Director of Community Development for Pennsylvania County. Most everyone you'll hear from is economic development. Our economic development team could not be here today, so they asked me to come instead. I'll give you a little bit of information about my department. We oversee building inspections, planning, and zoning. We're a small department, but we strive to make the development process as easy as possible. We have a quick turnaround time for plans, usually 2 to 3 weeks, and we have your plans reviewed regardless of size. And we can rush them through faster if needed. We do our best to really work with developers to make the process as smooth as possible for the developer and the county. In addition to that, we are currently in the process of updating our zoning ordinance. And during this update, we're really looking at how do we remove barriers for development, what parts of our current zoning ordinance are too restrictive and discourage both commercial development and residential development, and how can we remove those barriers in order to encourage developers to locate into Pennsylvania County. So just a little bit about the county. We're a population of about 60,000 people. We have about 1,000 square miles located within our borders. And our population density is about 62.4 people per square mile. So we have a lot of vacant land. Our development can be spread out depending on the parts of the county. We have about 29,000 housing units currently, and we have about 26,000 households. I'll also mention our school system. We have a great school system. All 20 schools are currently fully accredited, and they have been fully accredited for the last number of years. So that makes locating in Pennsylvania County and residing in Pennsylvania County more desirable for a lot of people. So we took a different approach than the city of Danville did. So I'm going to talk to you about some potential development areas. The county does not. We don't have a property portfolio. We don't purchase property for development reasons at this time. So when we were looking at how we would present this, we really looked at areas that we know will see growth as we move into the future because they're located around our industrial parks, which is where most of our larger employers are located just due to the makeup of Pennsylvania County and that we are a rural community. So the first area I'm going to talk about is around the Berry Hill mega site, which you all have heard about. As Corey mentioned, there is that property that's jointly owned by the city and the county. But in addition to that, we have about 35,000 acres of currently vacant property within 10 miles of the site. So as you can tell, there's a lot of property that's ripe for development. You can see that we do service this area with water and sewer, so you have you have infrastructure there. And if it is not currently run to the property, it's in the area, so it could be extended to service a property. Within the county, if it's not serviced by public sewer and water, you would have to do well and septic, which can be a deterrent for some housing developers. Others, it's not. The next industrial park is the Cane Creek Regional Industrial Park. We have about 41,000 vacant acres around this facility. A lot of that is currently serviced by public water and sewer. So the infrastructure is in place there as well that would accommodate housing. Both of these are located in fairly close proximity to the city of Danville. So you do have, a short distance for shopping and restaurants and things, which do make places more desirable to live, in addition to being close if you were to, be employed by one of the industries that are located in these areas. The next place is the Hurt Industrial Park, which is in the northern portion of the county. That's actually right outside of the town of Alta Vista and not too far from the city of Lynchburg. That has roughly around 13,000 vacant acres within a 10-mile radius of the industrial park. We've currently started to see some development, and as I mentioned, you are fairly close to the city of Lynchburg, so you would have some, commercial access. More so, you're probably closer to Lynchburg than you would be to Danville. So Lynchburg would probably serve as your commercial hub if you were to locate in this area. But the size of the industries that we're seeing looking at this property, we know that development will occur. And then finally, our most densely populated community in the county is the Mount Hermon area, and that is right outside of the city limits. So you're, 5 minutes, you're right into the city of Danville. The majority of that is served by public water and sewer, especially along Route 41, Franklin Turnpike. We see quite a bit, that's very densely populated. The elementary school is probably one of the largest elementary schools in the county that services this area. But there are still vacant parcels. So we still have about 35,000 acres of vacant land in this area that could be developed for housing. And as I said, this is one of our most highly desirable places to live currently. So adding additional housing to this area is something that we do see happening in the future. So that is all that I have. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay for the rest of the day, but I will leave cards on our table, and if anyone has any further questions, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that I can. And the next speaker, I'd like to welcome a representative from Martinsville.
Oh, it's already in there? Okay, sorry. Oh, it's already in the same one. I'll be building on some of the themes you've already heard today. Martinsville is a city, according to Census 2020 initial results, of 13,400 or so and 11 square miles. But we think there's plenty of opportunity within that size footprint. I'll be highlighting three themes today: adaptive reuse, infill development, and a little bit of greenfield development. And building on what you've heard from other speakers, Martinsville is a city that has a rich history, rich industrial history. So we have lots of capacity in our utilities. And the city actually provides, has an electric distribution utility. We have our own broadband utility, fiber utility called MyNet, and we have plenty of water and sewer capacity. So this just shows the centrality of Martinsville. Similar to the theme you heard before of the overlapping labor sheds, but in this case I usually ask people to imagine a donut or a bagel that's less than an hour of drive time. And in that, parts of the donut include Roanoke, Danville, and Greensboro. So we feel that we're strategically located for two income-earning households, that we have a lot of pent-up demand, as was mentioned before, and we're strategically located for businesses that may have customers and suppliers in, say, both Roanoke and Greensboro, or places around the donut. This trade area is on the theme of quality of life. This trade area was part of a study that was done just for Uptown Martinsville, that is resurging in recent years and has a lot of energy. So illustrate the three themes that I mentioned before of adaptive reuse and greenfield development and infill development, we'll go through a couple of sites that are at these various locations. So we've got two sites in the uptown area and one that will illustrate the greenfield opportunity. So the first site that I want to mention is the old American Furniture Plant 10. The city currently has an option to buy this site. It's almost 100,000 square feet on 3.4 acres, and it was built in a series of stages from 1904 to 1970. But it's strategically located near the Dick and Willie Trail and at a corner of Uptown. It's already had, through brownfield grants, up to a phase 2 environmental completed, and it is in the historic district and it's contributing to the historic district. But more importantly, right now the city is in the RFP contract process with consultants to produce measured as-built drawings and a feasibility study for various space layouts and market demands for this building. So once that is contracted, and after a few months when we have that product, keep your eyes open for a future RFP for this building as the city exercises its option for adaptive reuse and housing and mixed-use development. And within that RFP, we will already have the as-built drawings, the feasibility study, and so on and so forth. So it'll be ready to go for a developer to put in a bid for the highest and best use. Currently, these responses to this RFP is due on August 26th. Currently, we have a similar RFP out for the BB&T building. This has great potential for mixed use and housing development, possibly up to 50 or more apartments, depending on the responses we get to the RFP and the mixes of uses that come back. It is city-owned. Phase 2 of environmental has been complete. We even have a VBAF award to abate the asbestos that's in the building. It will soon be a contributing structure in the expanded Uptown Historic District, which is in process now. There was already a public hearing at the city council level, and in September it will go before the expansion of the historic district will go before the board. The state board, and as my understanding, the meeting will be in Stanton, not in Richmond for that, and then it'll go to the National Park Service to be accepted. And it is an excellent infill opportunity to our Uptown. Believe it or not, there is some potential for greenfield development within the city of Martinsville. This property is not city-owned, so there's the contact information for the agent representing the private owner on the slide. But there are over 125 acres. And all, like I said before, since we're a city that provides the utilities, all utilities are available, and there's trail access and commercial nearby. Now, from the private-owned property, I will transition to the city-owned properties. And I have some printouts of these vignette maps that I'm showing up here. Since it'd be difficult to see the detail on the screen. Just come to me after this and I can give you a package of these maps. We recently went through the city-owned properties, city-owned in any way, the city itself, the housing authority, the land bank authority, et cetera. And our zoning administrator, zoning official who is here today, triage these into the properties that would be buildable from a zoning standpoint. Those are what are represented in this map. So we really want to emphasize there is plenty of infill opportunity within the city and city-owned properties that the city would be open to discussing with and going through the proper procurement procedure with private developers who are interested in infill properties. And like I said, find me later if you would like these series of maps on on a separate printout. In addition to the city-owned properties, not shown here today, not shown in this presentation, the city is becoming active again and has a robust demolition list, and is becoming and is putting renewed emphasis on demolition of condemned properties. Those properties are, by and large, for the vast majority, not city-owned properties. They're still in private hands, but there is a possibility through that process that some or all of those properties may come into city ownership and be able to be added to the city-owned property inventory. In addition, as one of the other, as the previous speaker mentioned for Pennsylvania County, likewise, we have started a zoning code update with the Planning Commission. It's still in the Planning Commission process with the intent of simplification and ease and customer service. And here are the contact informations for the Roanoke area. For the Martinsville area, I'm Mark McCaskill, Community Development Director. We also have Jeff Sadler. He's in the back of the room. He serves Martinsville, Henry County as the Housing and Revitalization Coordinator. And I will turn it over to Mr. Atkins.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Sean Atkins, the Director of Economic Development for Patrick County. Excuse me. And one of the slogans from Patrick County, at least I can say publicly, is "Welcome to the Simple Life." And in the theme of that, I've made a pretty simple presentation. I'll explain more of it at the end, but it's just a few quick properties, and we'll go through. This one is probably the most sought-after property. I've already dealt with or talked to a few of you in this room about it, so that means there's already a potential partnership opportunity. We call it the old Blue Ridge Motel. It's technically still active, but it's right off the Parkway, right off the Blue Ridge Parkway. It's almost 24 and a half acres. There's already a whole bunch of units on it, but with that amount of space next to that, that tourist attraction with hundreds of thousands of people that go through it a year, it's an amazing opportunity. We've talked to people about it for possibly hotels, subdivisions. The county certainly needs, like every other, or like most other ones, we need multi-unit, apartment buildings. We essentially have zero in our county. We have a few, but they're LMI and other situations. So with the hospital coming into town and some other developments that are in the works, we're going to need a genuine apartment building. This fits that, great. But 24 and a half acres, you have a lot of room to work with on that front. And the next two, I'm just going to flip through them. They're basically in this to pretty much just call attention to the downtown, uptown Stewart districts. This downtown one is in our recently designated historic tax district. So this has access to historic tax districts, and it's also in our downtown Stewart planning district. So we're currently got a planning grant from DHCD, and we're working through that with Hill Studios out of Roanoke. And then so this time next year, we'll likely be going after implementation funds too. So that'll help in assisting some development. It's right in the busiest intersection in downtown, and actually used to be where across the street from where the old train turnstiles used to be. So it's a little bit of a wonky intersection right now, but we're working with VDOT and DHCD, and the whole area is pretty much going to transform over the next year or two. At least that's the aim. And this one is right off of the uptown. Technically, it is uptown, and it's more. There's also pointing at my screen. This is also available across the street. So there's a lot of room for development there, and that's how simple it is. Because I'm basically here to start to draw attention to the county. I came from the city of Roanoke. I've seen a few of my city of Roanoke developers here. And then coming down to Patrick County here over the it'll be a year in October, you just notice not a lot of people paid attention to it. Developers, kind of across the board. And I just really want to let you know that, you have a partner now in Patrick County. There's opportunities, there's a lot of privately owned land, but the EDA owns some land as well, 4.5 acres off of 58. But really the goal of me coming up here today is not to just draw attention to one particular property. I will call attention to no zoning, which is we're one of 2 counties left in the state, us and Whitfield, with no zoning requirement. So it's kind of the golden ticket, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I often say I can't tell people where to spend their money, but I can help facilitate, development and hopefully get some partnerships and things done. So that's it for me, and I'll introduce my friend Beth Sims of Franklin County.
Good morning. My name is Beth Sims, and I represent Franklin County as our Director of Economic Development. I have with me today our Chief Building Inspector, John Broughton, if you'll wave your hand. My Economic Development Specialist, Amy Minix, if she'll wave her hand, she's my right arm. And Steve Sandy, our Assistant County Administrator, is in the back. He's over all of our planning, zoning, GIS, building, stuff like that developers will be interested in. I've also seen quite a few Ferrum College graduates, and I've got business leaders from Franklin County, so I just want to say thank you all for making the trip to Danville to support us here. So we are Danville, Pennsylvania County's kind of northwest neighbor. Did this little map to show our proximity to the major metro areas. We are very grateful for Danville inviting us to be here today. Danville holds a special place in my heart. When I lived in Eden, North Carolina, I frequented Danville quite a lot. I still come, but not as often as when I lived in Eden. So we're very just grateful for them inviting us to be part of this today. We're a pretty large county, not as large as Pennsylvania County, but we're pretty large, 7th largest in the state. And just like everybody else has mentioned, centrally located kind of between Charlotte and Washington, D.C. on the mid-Atlantic coast. I feel like Franklin County is unique in our geography. If you're familiar with us, or if you're not, I'll kind of give you a little bit of geography lesson. We are located right between 2 lakes. On the southern end, we have Philpott Lake, and then on the northern end, we have Smith Mountain Lake. We've got rivers that run through. We have a college town in Ferrum, if anybody's familiar with that. We have the cutest little downtown in Rocky Mount, which is our county seat right in the center of Franklin County. That's really our commercial hub where all our schools, grocery stores, most of our industry lies in Rocky Mount. The population of Rocky Mount is about 5,000. Well, it's right at 5,000, but during the day that grows to 20 or 25,000 with all the people coming into work. And then also we have Boone's Mill is close to Roanoke, so we get a lot of people that want to work in Roanoke but live in Boone's Mill. And then we also have our more rural areas of the county, such as Callaway and Snow Creek. You can see the beautiful pictures of farms for people who want to, have more land and live in a more rural setting. We're becoming a destination really for people, a lot of millennials who are working remotely or starting their own business and want a homestead. We're becoming a destination for that. So one thing that I really like about working in economic development is Franklin County is we do the industrial development just like everybody else, but also we have focused the last 10 or 15 years, we've really focused on trying to grow some more commercial centers outside of just Rocky Mount and Westlake. And so we have what are these called these village plans. And so what that does is it gives developers, it gives everybody a plan for infrastructure, water and sewer and transportation, where housing should go, where commercial development should go. So we have really 5 kind of adopted commercial centers now, and we're constantly kind of growing that. We also have partnered with Western Virginia Water Authority, so they serve Roanoke, Botetourt, us, to get public water and sewer out further in the county than has been. We work well with the town of Rocky Mount, Ferrum, Appalachian Power, and then the big news the last few years has been our expansion of broadband. West Piedmont Planning District, the Tobacco Commission, DHCD have really been instrumental in helping us get broadband, and by 2025 we should have fiber to every home in Franklin County, which in a rural county is a pretty big feat. And so these are our partners in broadband expansion. We're also a very safe place to live. We're very proud of our public safety department and Franklin County Sheriff's Office. Used to be rural localities fully relied on volunteer staff for fire and rescue. Now we have a mix of paid and volunteer staff. And then Franklin County Sheriff's Office is about to be one of 4 counties in the state that will have national accreditation. And we just added, just last week or 2 weeks ago it was adopted, we just added 6 new school resource officers. So all of our elementary schools and secondary schools are now covered by school resource officers. We're also well served by health care. In a rural locality, sometimes that's hard to come by. We are very blessed to have Franklin Memorial Hospital with a 24-hour emergency room. And then we're also serviced by Lewis Gale and AgenaCare House Calls, which is a concierge health care company. Whitney Pugh, their president, owner, CEO, is in the back. She's joining us today. So we're very well taken care of when it comes to public health and safety. We've also been aggressive in economic development. We broke ground in 2017 on Summit View Business Park, over 550 acres located directly off of Highway 220. We have 2 businesses that are operating, and we have 1 that will break ground next year. Any industrial developers here, we have land ready for a developer for that as well. And this shows some of our, and just to be, some of my slides did not come through correctly. It might have been a formatting issue, so I'm just kind of going to say what should be on here. We have a pretty diverse economy, I think. Traditional Medicinal's logo there in the middle, they're one of the leading wellness tea companies in the world, and they'll be locating in the business park. But then also we've had a lot of organic business growth. Virginia Furniture Market, a homegrown business, just opened their new 120,000 square foot distribution center. And the old Penn Hall property that AEP auctioned off about a year ago is now going to be turning into a $24 million tourist resort. So in addition to renovating that property, they're going to build 33 cottages. So of course they'll need staff as well. And then traditionally small rural towns are just kind of innovative by nature. Y'all may know a little bit about Franklin County's history. We had some people who kind of made our economy work underground for quite a few years. So we're a community of innovators and entrepreneurs. We now have 3 distilleries, 3 breweries, restaurants. Well, we're getting a lot of growth of wellness businesses, which is great for living. So just a very diverse economy. And then, like I mentioned before, the outdoor amenities. The lakes, the rivers, hiking. Wade Park is my personal favorite. Anything outdoors we can accommodate. Fishing is really big in Franklin County. And then arts and culture. We have a world-class music venue in Rocky Mount called the Harvester Performance Center. We are home to the Booker T. Washington National Monument and the Blue Ridge Institute and Museum, which has the Blue Ridge Folklife Festival, which I think it's coming up on like the 60th year. Okay, so now we'll get down to housing. In 2021, we had record building permits. You can see there it says 237. Before that, I think the highest number in 2015 or 2017 was like around 150. So we've had crazy growth, but we need more. One thing, Sean mentioned their lack of multifamily. We are experiencing the same thing. 1% of our housing is multifamily, while we're seeing a need, an increase desired for 1 to 2 family living. So we need multifamily. Also, the size of our houses that are being built have grown, 3,000, 4,000 square feet. That's good for some people, but a lot of 1 and 2 person households want smaller houses. So we really need a smaller house, 1,200, 1,500 square foot houses, and we also need multifamily. This is our development review team, so anybody who will be building with us, this is who we'll be working with. Our building official, John. Lisa Cooper there on the right is our director of planning. And then Ronnie Wilson there in the middle, he is our erosion, stormwater, sediment control guy. And we do in-house review. So you don't have to wait on Virginia for that. We do in-house review for quality and quantity of water. So we identified about 8 properties that are available. They go anywhere from 21 acres up to, I think, about 180, 190 acres. I know these are probably hard to see, but Amy there we have folders put together with these property cards for anybody who is interested. A variety of houses. Pinhook, that would be pretty close to Pittsylvania County and Danville. You can see there 84 acres. There's one piece of property that's already has a plan for it. Glade Hill, Virginia, which is outside of, in between, Rocky Mountain, Smith Mountain Lake. There's the beautiful river running through it. And then this is the only property that we own for housing that the county owns. We're kind of like Pittsylvania County and others. We don't have a lot that we own, but we do own a piece of property in Barron, Virginia. It's 84 acres. We've recently had an appraisal done on it. We have just accepted a $50,000 Virginia housing grant for master planning of this property. It has access to water and sewer, broadband, it lays well, a great property, prime for development. We're really looking for a mix of housing. We think that the master plan will present mixed housing there. The really cool thing about this too is it butts right up to Ferrum College property, which has trails and ponds and everything. They have a subway and cafeteria to eat at. It's near a health center. Tri-Area Community Health Center is right there. To be rural, it's really close to a lot of amenities. So if anybody is interested, please see us after. That is the one property that the county owns, and that we would be looking to do a development agreement with a developer to get the type of housing that we need. And this shows some more. Smith Mountain Lake is one of our biggest draws, and that's where a lot of our housing is going anyways, and we just need more and more of it. I talk to realtors and people are calling every day trying to find homes to live at Smith Mountain Lake. So here's some properties in Hardy, Virginia, Manita, and Boone's Mill is like close to Roanoke. So I think that is it. Once again, thank you all. Please see us, during lunch or can I play that? Let's see if it'll play. Oh, anyways, it's okay. It was a video about Rocky Mountain. But thank you all, and please see us at lunch or in the afternoon networking to find out more. And Christy from Halifax is next.
Hello all, my name is Christy Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Halifax County Industrial Development Authority. Halifax County is just east of here, about 30 minutes. We have a population of roughly 34,000 people. We are home to a very large and diverse industry base, which includes some large players, Hitachi Energy, Presto Products, and Huber Engineered Woods, all of which are experiencing growth and expect to do so continuing over the next 2 or 3 years. Halifax is also home to numerous recreational and quality of life assets, the South Boston Speedway, Virginia International Raceway, rivers, lakes, and amenities associated with those, 2 state parks, walking trails, and flourishing downtowns that are continuing to develop and look to redevelopment and streetscape projects as we continue our development and planning process. Today I'm going to present 2 sites that we have identified through this process that we think would be prime for residential development, both of which are in primary residential areas close to our business and commercial corridors and also near our recreational quality of life assets. The first is Bannister Flats. It is located in the town of Halifax. It's the former Burlington Industry site. It is a brownfield site. We have completed a phase 1, a phase 2. We've got a survey. We've done a little bit of planning on this site, but we have identified additional grant funds available for any additional assessment or sampling or planning work that would be needed for this site. This site is privately owned. It is 89 acres with 1,700 feet of river frontage. Our conceptual design shows 68 total lots, each of which is roughly 11,000 square feet. Through this concept, we've identified that the sites of this size could accommodate 2-story houses at approximately 2,500 square feet. Of course, that could be changed as necessary. This concept also includes a dog park and playground, walking trails. It's kind of hard to see on the slideshow. I've got larger printouts out front and packets that you could take with you if you had interest. The next site is in the town of South Boston. This is Rocky Branch Flats. This site is also privately owned. It is a greenfield site, however. It's 61 acres, and our conceptual design shows 48 lots with an average size of 54,000 square feet, so significantly larger. So these houses could be more of a mix of large and small developments. But these sites that we have conceptually designed here are also 2-story houses, but they could accommodate 2,500 square feet in our concept design here. This is closer to our commercial district near Walmart, Lowe's, but it is primarily a residential neighborhood. Halifax County last year created a residential developer grant rebate program that will grant back 50% of residential real estate taxes on new developments within the county, which would also incentivize town developments. If the project includes more than 3 units, individually deeded lots, and included the expansion of public infrastructure. All of these sites have the public infrastructure and are served by Dominion Energy and the Halifax County Service Authority, and all would have the availability of cable, Xfinity, which is nice in a rural community. And the town of South Boston also has a residential development grant where they will rebate back 20% of pavement, curb and gutter, sidewalk, and stormwater expansion cost. So if anybody has any interest in either of these sites, we do have more information out front. So thank you. That's fast as one.
So for the very first time in economic development history, we are ahead of schedule. So we have around 30 minutes for you all to head out to the atrium, network with one another. For those, for the developers in the audience, if there were particular properties or projects mentioned during this session, I would highly advise you to go to the communities table and speak with them in more detail about how we can engage you to move forward, or even schedule a time tomorrow to tour that particular site with you. I will say we are going to be punctual in starting lunch. So it is almost, it's 11:30 now, is that correct? 11:25. We will begin lunch promptly at 12:15. So at 12 o'clock, I would ask for you to go into the room on my left-hand side. Again, if you look at the back of your name tag, your lunch table number will be provided. So please take a seat, and we'll get started with our meal as well as our keynote speaker, which I'm thrilled has arrived, Mayor Knox White from the city of Greenville, South Carolina. As many of you all know, when we were reimagining, the future of our region, we used Greenville as a model. They had a very similar textile background to our region and had been really aggressive in their redevelopment efforts. And we're thrilled to have Mayor White here to talk about how housing has played a role and how they focused on housing and the what they've learned along the way as they've continued to grow as a community. And again, this is going back to we're preparing for growth within our community within Southern Virginia, given the high level of economic development activity that we've seen over the past 5 years. So we always are open to learning what we can do to help further it and expedite development to support our industry. Again, please take time, visit the tables in the atrium, and I would ask that you head to lunch at noon. Thank you.
All right, so I'm pleased to introduce today our guest speaker, Mayor Knox White. Knox White has served as mayor of Greenville, South Carolina since December 1995. As mayor, he has the goal of making the city of Greenville, South Carolina, the most beautiful, livable, and welcoming city in America. His tenure as mayor has been defined by neighborhood revitalization, economic development, and transformational projects for downtown. Under the mayor's leadership, the city maintains a AAA bond rating and enjoys a reputation for solving problems on an innovative and bipartisan basis. In 2018, Mayor White was profiled in Time magazine as one of 31 people who are changing the South. Key strategic improvements implemented during his tenure includes removal of a 4-lane highway bridge, allowing for the subsequent creation of the iconic Falls Park, recruitment of new retail to downtown, Floor Field, a downtown minor league baseball stadium, initiation of the Swamp Rabbit Trail, which is a bike and walking trail system throughout the city, development along the downtown Reedy River waterfront, and public art initiatives along Main Street. Mr. White is a graduate of Wake Forest University and the University of South Carolina Law School, is a partner with the law firm of Hainsworth, Sinkler, and Boyd, and an honorary member of the American Society of Landscape Architects. He is a frequent speaker on the importance of thoughtful, collaborative urban planning. Let us welcome Mayor Knox.
Good afternoon. It is a real pleasure to be up here in the Danville area. As you heard, if you're doing your math, being mayor since 1995, I've been mayor of Greenville, South Carolina for something like 25 years, who's counting kind of thing. But that's right. And so if those are how many elected officials do we have in the room? Have some? Okay, very good. Yeah, a little longevity to get some things done. But a pleasure to be up here. As you'll see in a minute, I'm going to talk a little bit about the downtown redevelopment and the role of housing in the development. But the big picture also is the commonality with the communities, and that's really, I guess, why I was invited to come up here. My family was in textiles for many generations. In Greenville, South Carolina, as many of you may know, all along here, Gastonia, Greensboro, we were all textiles all the time. And my dad, growing up, came to Danville all the time. It's one of those memories I have, and people from Danville coming to Greenville with the big companies. And his company was what we nowadays would call a supply network person in the textile industry. But he came up here a lot, and we always had a lot of commonalities. And also growing up, we had a lot of people from Danville who moved to Greenville. And I remember that. We had one or two in the neighborhood, for example. So a lot of commonalities in that between Greenville, South Carolina, and the Danville area. So it's a real pleasure to come up here and talk about this. It's working. So Greenville, in case you don't know, is basically between Atlanta and Charlotte on Interstate 85. And I'll tell you that is a high-growth area of the United States. Even if we did virtually nothing, the population growth around there is quite something. But we've been managing growth issues now for the last 40 years in an almost hyper kind of way. And what we try to do in Greenville is manage that growth really well. And that's what we attend to, perhaps more than a lot of other places do. That's where we're located. And Greenville was very much like this area. This was, as I said, a textile town. And so we are ringed by large, really early 20th century textile mills. I think this probably looks familiar to you. Many of these, in fact, most all of them are now apartments and condominiums all around the town. And we also have had this, and I think you're having it around here too, a wonderful rediscovery of the traditional textile mill villages. Once just sitting there by themselves surrounding all of these textile mills, and now they're hot as a firecracker. Everybody's buying up. It's now called affordable housing and provides wonderful options for people, and people are buying them up left and right. And we're kind of working with entities to kind of make sure they stay affordable. But we have these wonderful legacy plants all around outside the city, and even a couple of them inside the city. So I'll say all this just to say a lot of commonality in the industry. What happened in Greenville, though, is kind of interesting, and I certainly can't take any credit for this. Back as far as the 1970s, early 80s, we honestly had some extraordinary leadership, mostly around the Chamber of Commerce, and a couple individuals. And, good leadership often comes back to people. And we had a couple industry leaders who stood up and said, at the heyday of the American textile industry, stood up and said, we're going to diversify. We have to diversify. And there was pushback. This is 1978, 79, 81. There was pushback. Oh, no, you bring in other companies, they're going to pay more. The wage scale will be affected. They might even bring unions with them. But Greenville did that. And so one of the early successes in 1967 was General Electric. I think that's up there somewhere. GE is still there today. About 2,000 people, a GE plant, brought in people from Connecticut and New York, large numbers. General Electric set a standard. A few years after that, the Chamber rolled out their contacts and relationships with Michelin. And Michelin Tire built many plants, and then Michelin moved their corporate headquarters to Greenville in the 1980s. And this totally changed the local economy. After that came Lockheed Aerospace, which is today enormous, about 3,000 to 4,000 employees to even today. On and on it goes. And so the diversification of the economy against any common sense approach to economic development at the time, because again, textiles are doing very well, and there was pushback. There were people that didn't get it, and many of our neighboring cities along I-85 did not go in that direction, and they paid quite a price. And almost like a miracle, during that time period of the 1990s, when the textile industry collapsed, and it was kind of a slow collapse until it was a dramatic collapse, as you may very well know. During that particular moment in time, the Greenville-Spartanburg area recruited BMW, and BMW built their massive plant nearby in Spartanburg County, enormous supplier network of automotive. So at the very moment the textile industry truly collapsed, BMW and automotive came in, but the truth is we were already very diversified before that ever happened. And on we go from there. So it was an intentional, purposeful reinvention of the local economy is what I'm trying to say. And thank goodness. Well, just at the same time period that the community reinvented the local economy, there was an effort even in the 80s to reinvent the downtown. And that's what I want to kind of show you today. And I want to tie it into the housing aspect of that because I think it's an often overlooked, but I think critically important part of the reinvention of any downtown, any urban space in America, big or small, frankly. And that's what happened in Greenville. So Greenville's downtown, 1980s, 4 lanes, dead. The shopping malls had opened, same story, everywhere in America at some point or another. Everybody left, the department stores left. They took the 4-lane road in 1981 and created a 2-lane highway, Main Street, wide sidewalks. This is the 1980s. Talk about pedestrian-friendly, walkability, sidewalks. That kind of verbiage wasn't even out there in the 1980s, but we had some good advice to make it so. Planted these little trees that grew into massive trees. So we have a mile of massive trees down the spine of Main Street. We've now grown way beyond that, but that's still the core of the downtown. Very, very insightful, very focused again on reinventing the downtown in a different sort of way, because that was the whole idea. We weren't going to bring back the shopping mall to Main Street. We were going to create a different kind of Main Street, one that would be focused on people and walkability, lots of public art, lots of things to kind of see and do, and the great focus on grass and trees and that kind of thing. That's where it started. That was in the 1980s. We knew what we wanted to do, what the end game was. And I would describe the end game as this. This is back again, 80s and 90s. The end game is we're not going to bring it back the way that it used to be. We're going to invent something new. And what we wanted to see was people on the street, vibrant activity after 5 o'clock and on weekends. If anything would sum it up, that'd be how you'd sum it up. So how to get there. This is what downtown Greenville looks like today in a little small piece, and we've pretty well achieved that. Well, there are a lot of big projects that make it so, and like in any city, Performing Arts Center, hotels, major anchor developments around the downtown. We have all of that. And if you ask a lot of people in Greenville even what kind of brought downtown back, they often point to those sorts of features. The Performing Arts Center, it is a big deal. The hotels, big deal. Other main attractions, an arena, sports and entertainment arena, all true. But I would tell you that's not really what brought it back. Because the truth is, they widened the sidewalks, they planted the beautiful trees, but for a long period of time, a couple decades actually, nobody walked under those trees. Nobody really walked on the sidewalks. It looked good, but that wasn't it. That's just the beginning, the streetscape. It lays a foundation, but it's not the end. So what caused it to truly change to become the city it is today, which is an absolute extraordinary people-filled city, night and day, especially on weekends? And I would say it's the housing component. Because like most American cities that struggle with their downtowns, the office development is there that puts people there 9 to 5. But in terms of after 5 o'clock and on weekends, what you're missing is people living in the core of the city. I'm glad to say that this is not such an extraordinary statement these days. In 2022, it's almost conventional wisdom, big cities and small. But I just want to kind of zero in on why it's so important and why it's almost a miracle in terms of what can happen. So we had some good advice in the early 2000s, late 90s, about focusing on residential. Yeah, we were doing the big projects too, the one that made the headlines, the arena downtown, the Performing Arts Center, all these things made the headlines. But what we were focused on was quietly behind the scenes doing something very different. We were focused on how to get people to live in the downtown area, people to be there, eyes and ears after 5 o'clock, eyes and ears on weekends, and to create this sort of this thing you might call vibrancy. And it started simple. It started with a few people, and I mean a few people, who bought some of these buildings when no one else seemed to want them and created good mixed-use development. This is an example of one. It's in the heart of downtown, 19th century building, one developer, residential upstairs, 8 or 9 units, retail on the bottom, coffee house in the basement, by the way. He did this about 6 or 7 times. And I think around the country you'll find oftentimes it's an individual, maybe somebody who's a little outside the lines. The person who actually developed this, I can tell you my predecessor as mayor, I probably should get in trouble saying something like this, but my predecessor as mayor didn't even like the guy, you know. He was kind of obnoxious. He sort of did things other people didn't want to do, but he was buying real estate all over downtown Greenville and doing this kind of thing. In the beginning, nobody wanted to live there. He lived downtown. The story is that he persuaded his mother to buy one of the units at one time. So it started out not very promising, but it grew and grew. He did several of these units along the way. Suddenly 8 or 9 units become 10 or 11. Here's the funny thing. The main drag of downtown Greenville, the main street of downtown, is about a mile. Today, in 2022, the legacy of this one person lives on. Virtually all the second floors of all the buildings on Main Street are residential. 2 here, 4 here, 5 here, on and on it goes. They're still there. Only instead of costing $300,000 and trying to talk his mother into it, they all go for about $1 million now, up and down the half-mile corridor of downtown Greenville. But it started with those kinds of simple but effective mixed-use developments and the emphasis of having people downtown. And even in the early days, I would tell you, as mayor, I lived through the transition of a downtown where no one was there on weekends to a downtown where I began to notice something happening. The phones were ringing every now and then with people who lived downtown calling to report something or something going on, and frankly, they would kind of drive you crazy. But I always thought to myself, no, this is the good thing. Downtown has a constituency, people who live there. That is very different from people who are there 9 to 5. They're now living there in large numbers. We did that, but we knew something else. We knew that we had to continue to work on, encourage that kind of development that would grow and grow. But we weren't going to have what we really wanted until we could create a critical mass of residential downtown. We had to move away, not just 8 units here, 5 units here, which was great, and again has a great legacy today, but we needed someone to do 50 units, 100 units, how to make that happen. And that came back to the city. Well, we discovered the city owned property downtown, vacant parking lots, about 8 of them actually. And the city even had, and this is back in the 1980s, a really bad parking garage. Looks like something Joseph Stalin would have built in the 70s when all bad things were built. And it was time to renovate this garage. So because we were thinking residential as the alpha and omega of what we're trying to be about, when we reinvented this parking garage, tore it down, we built it back this way. We took the ends of the parking garage, we literally made the parking garage more vertical, and sold off the sides and called it the Bookends Project. And we found developers to take both sides. One did condos, one did apartments, and suddenly we had 55 units of residential instead of 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, and 55 on the other side too. The Bookends Project is just a block off of Main Street, still there today, still very popular today, but it was an early development where a lot of people were still saying, who would want to live downtown? But people did. And then the development community started noticing that. And that's the evolution we went through, and a lot of cities go through. It's kind of the naysayers and those who don't get it, then suddenly you see there is a market for urban living, even if the market isn't seeing it themselves. But the city had a role in doing that. We did this 6 or 7 times. We sold our own property if someone would create a mixed-use project on that property, on those parking garages. Then they were all done. They were all taken. That was an early effort. Well, we hit the critical mass. We used to ask the question to our consultants, well, how many units is the critical mass of units we're trying to achieve? And the answer was that old adage, you'll know it when you see it. And that's exactly what happened to us. It took about 8 or 9 years, and boom. Today, downtown Greenville, it's like a different city for me. It has about 5,000 people living downtown, and I mean in the central core. We used to have, 16. I used to know them by name and face. I don't anymore. High rise. This particular project is right on Main Street. It's hotel, apartments, condos. The high-rise condos on the right-hand side, that's about 7 stories of condos on top. Each floor is four different condos, each one sold for $1.5 million apiece. The apartments are on the left. Now we have high-rise apartments and condominiums all over downtown. We built a baseball stadium downtown. When it was time for us to build a baseball stadium, we did the same thing. We said, what to the developers, we'll work with you, but you have to include residential with the stadium from day one. And they were kind of like, whoa, and suppose they're not successful, it'll drag down the baseball team. That was our rule, sorry. We found a developer to develop the baseball stadium on what used to be a lumber yard, abandoned lumber yard in downtown, and they built, and they can see it next to the field, condominiums, apartments, and retail. So it opened on day one. Today, the baseball stadium is surrounded by hotels and high-rise condos and apartments. But it all started with the ones we built into the baseball stadium. So today, we have apartments, and we have apartments, and we have apartments, and we have apartments, and we have condominiums, all of the downtown area building this residential base. Goes on and on. The power of it is amazing. We hit the critical mass. People are on the street night and day. One thing I want to tell you that's particularly striking to me is during COVID. So we're shut down like everybody else. There's that time period of a couple months, where the businesses are shut down. And everything got quiet for a while in downtown Greenville, like everywhere else. Honestly, about 3 weeks into it, we didn't know what was happening. Downtown was full of people again. We had so many people, we had to start regulating how many people on the sidewalk. First of all, because people live downtown. They had to walk their dog. The minute the shops and stores opened, they were back in them because they live right there in large numbers. And then people in general across the upstate of South Carolina in the habit of coming downtown Greenville, especially on weekends, after a few weeks they went stir crazy at home. What are we going to do? Where are we going to go? They couldn't go to the shopping mall. They all went downtown just to walk around Main Street under those great trees along the river. It was a wonderful corroboration and confirmation about the importance of having a residential base to kind of be a foundation and a spur to vibrancy in a downtown area. Let me see what else I was going to. A little bit of a diversion, but this will still get back to housing. We do have a river downtown. It's like an oversized creek, and we've had some nice visitors from Danville to come check it out. This is a waterfall picture from 1907, but the problem is with the wonderful textile mills I just talked about, they polluted the river for about 50 years, and everybody thought that was normal if the river was blue or green. That was just the way it was. And so in 1960, a highway bridge was placed on top of the waterfall. The waterfall is literally a few feet from Main Street, by the way, in the heart of downtown. It's not out in the country. It's right there in the middle of town. The highway bridge stood there for 40 years. The river became cleaner. Can you guess why? Because the textile mills went out of business. And suddenly this river running through our city became a fairly clean river, and people began to talk about, the virtues of the waterfall that was once the centerpiece of our downtown, long forgotten. You couldn't have found 10 people on Main Street who even knew we had a waterfall by 1990, or 2000. But there it was. After much conflict and controversy, as my second term as mayor, I really pursued this after I was reelected, so there's no great profiles and courage here. We went all in on removing the highway bridge, and we were successful in doing so. And that's what it looked like around 2003 during the demolition of the bridge. There's no development, if you notice, around the river. It's all gone now. There's nobody living there, nobody around the river. Falls Park opened in 2004 and changed our universe. The river became the centerpiece of downtown again, and surrounded by condos and apartments and hotels, etc. A beautiful park called Falls Park in the middle of our downtown. It really gave the city something we also didn't have before, which is an identity as a city. Everyone's so proud of the Falls Park, and that's the first place you take your friends and neighbors where everybody goes is to walk along the river. Beautiful pedestrian suspension bridge over the river. I show you this because this is what that section of Main Street looked like when the park opened. So now we have a beautiful park, waterfall. It's going to become the centerpiece of downtown. We still had a mile of abandoned buildings and warehouses all along that section of Main Street. Within just 2.5 years, that became this. Hotels, condominiums, apartments, again, everything we do is mixed use. From the very beginning of the development along the river, this is just up from the waterfall, we insist that it be mixed use. So that's our Performing Arts Center on the right, in the background. That trail, by the way, is a 20-mile walking and bike trail. 20 miles up the river, and then 5 miles back the other direction through the city. Then we send it all around the rest of the city. So we kind of created a whole bike and walking culture at the same time we opened up the river and made it the centerpiece of downtown. The river has become, let me quickly say, and a huge component of this is residential. With the renovation and with the redevelopment, we're glad to say we have spurred on incredible development, hotels and high-end condominiums and apartments. But we also learned a lesson, and here's the lesson. We look back now, we can say, you know, boy, it's great to have that legacy residential on Main Street. All those small units, 1 unit here, 5 units here, all the second floors are residential. And we have now the high rises and all the hotels and everything else. But back in those days, we were trying to get housing in the city. And it's a good strategy. It worked. It worked. People living there made all the difference. But now we have issues of affordability. You can't live in these places. These condominiums on the river in this section go for over $1 million. And I'm happy to say they all sell. So what lessons can we draw? When we moved up the river a 1/4 mile, which is our latest project, and created a new park called Unity Park, we had an area just a 1/4 mile up from where you just saw is an area of warehouses and abandoned buildings. That was our former Public Works Department down there. This has now been relocated. It'd look about like this. 60 acres of concrete, warehouses, etc. Not a good picture. This is 5 years ago. And we captured the 60 acres. And we also captured something else. Well, we captured 60 acres to create a new park and green space. 60 acres of new park and green space. It has a history, though, and it has a story. And the story is this. In the midst of all of these dilapidated buildings and all is a small park, about a 2-acre park. And that small park historically was at one time in Greenville's history the only park for African Americans in the whole city of Greenville. It's a segregated park system. It's called Mayberry Park. And Mayberry Park is a small part of this. So as we began to look at this section of the river and began to look at reclaiming this area for a brand new 60-acre park, we worked with the surrounding neighborhoods to tell the story of the segregated park system, to create a new park called Unity Park out of this area, and to assure that this park, unlike the rest of downtown Greenville, is set aside for affordable and workforce housing. We took out of 60 acres, we added another 8 or 9 acres of land donated to our Housing Trust Fund to create affordable housing on the edge of this park, creating the largest footprint of affordable housing in the whole city of Greenville. Well, this is what Unity Park looks like today. Just opened 3 weeks ago, by the way. See what other kind of pictures we have. It's a public-private partnership. Michelin gave us $1 million. BMW gave us over $1 million. And we raised $15 million in private money and about $25 million in public money. So Unity Park just opened a few weeks ago. I don't know what kind of pictures. Oh, there's a good picture of it. Yeah. The old warehouses that were broken down in disrepair, they're now food courts, bicycle shops, yoga studios, fitness gyms, all kinds of park-related things at the same time, and the park is hugely successful. It also has told the story at the same time we do this. We have told the story relentlessly in the media and elsewhere about the former park system and why the name Unity Park and the people in the neighborhood who made it so over the last 20 years, because it was an aspiration of the neighborhood for 20 or 30 years, indeed, to have a park in the neighborhood. I show you this because the area in the middle, the green part, is the park proper. That's the 60 acres of playgrounds and open green space, bike trails, etc. The orange you see are properties on the edge of the park. You might call them beachfront property because they're hot as you can imagine right now, people buying those properties to build condos and all that kind of thing. But the orange properties are owned by the city of Greenville. And those are the properties that we took and said we're not selling them to the highest bidders. We're creating affordable housing and workforce housing on the edge of the park on beachfront property. So we're going to have a truly diverse, economically diverse neighborhood, and it's underway now. We literally have $1 million condos cheek to jowl with workforce housing, and everybody's great with it. It's been just amazing. We have a hotel coming in here, good retail development, but it's mainly going to be the housing story all over again. So that's the story I wanted to tell you. Big cities are small. You can get really wrapped up into those things that so many cities in America chased quite avidly in the 1970s and 80s. The big sports arena, the auditorium, even great art centers. Those are all good. They play a role. But if you want a heart and soul of a community, you still have to get back to the basics. You want people to live there. And whatever it takes to get people to live there is critically important. Housing's important. So focusing on a good mixed-use development, focusing on doing whatever possible to get people to create housing opportunities is something you can't miss doing. And for us, it was absolutely a miracle. I can't put into words enough how we watched the downtown change fundamentally as it has today, become the vibrant place it is on weekends. Incidentally, a little sidebar note, downtown Greenville peaks in terms of people downtown on Sunday at 3 o'clock. Every Sunday at 3 o'clock, we have thousands of people in downtown Greenville, and even we can't figure out exactly why. They're not coming down to drink, not too heavily anyway. They just want to be there. We've created a place people just want to be, to walk along the river, to walk under the trees, to be with other people. But I think it all starts with the foundation of people who actually live there. So that's an important takeaway. And the other thing we've discovered is working with the river is the critical importance of being authentically who you are. Asking the question, what do you have that makes yourself unique and different? What is it? We had a waterfall and a river, but most people didn't even know it until we revealed it. And so that's the other, I think, biggest takeaway is the authenticity factor and finding what it is that makes you unique and special. So hope you'll come and check us out. And as to say, sometimes we met with a group not long ago from another city in North Carolina, and they wanted to talk about downtown redevelopment, and they wanted to talk about housing. And I started talking about affordable housing, and they said, hey, we're not there yet. We just want anybody living downtown. We used to be that way too. I said, well, just think about this for a moment. You might actually be successful, and then you'll wish you had attended to affordable housing in the early stages instead of waiting to the end. It's a good lesson that we can learn too. So thank you very much. Thank you for letting me be here today, and keep the heart and soul of any community alive, which is about people living there, and housing is preeminently important for that. But thank you very much.
So thanks again, Mayor White, for that story and impressive development. So at this time, we will take a break, and we will convene at 2 o'clock in the room next door. Thank you.
Starters on this slide, though, I have to put a little plug in. The house on there isn't random. That is the first house, the first project that was completed with the PDC development grant that we received from Virginia Housing. It was in partnership with Danville Rehabilitation and Housing Authority. So, and this is right there. So that was completed, and we're kind of happy with that. So when I was asked to do this, somebody asked me what I thought was the biggest obstacle to construction right now. And of course, I just blurted out cost of construction and walked away. It was a basically unproductive conversation, and I thought about it later and decided it was the wrong question and it was the wrong answer. So the question, I think, really was, what are the obstacles to construction in our region? And of course, cost comes into that, but and how do we deal with that, basically, is what I was thinking about. There are incentives, and that's kind of the part of this deal here I got. There are incentives available. I can tell you that they are limited, but I did round up as many as I could. I can tell you that Chris Bridges is going to be happy with a couple of things I throw out there. But, so we're going to go through. Okay, so incentives that localities can offer to developers, builders, contractors Some of the things that have been pretty common and that seem to have some effect and are under the control of the localities is things like waiving plan review fees, waiving or partially waiving plan review fees, inspection fees, sewer tap costs, and of course they create some financial incentive, but is it enough to get a developer to say, oh, I'm going to go on this project instead of that one? Probably not. One of the things that a lot of people I talked to were pretty responsive to, more than actually the financial side, was the ability to fast track the plan reviews and fast track the inspections. If you can give them a solid 24-hour inspection window and be there and keep the project moving, that actually seems to be more of an incentive to most of the guys I talk to than I don't have to pay for the permit. And for them, time is money, and if they can't move any further because you didn't inspect it yet, they're spending a lot of money. Looking at other things that localities can do, there are two provisions in the Virginia State Code that allow for partial tax abatements or partial tax reductions on certain residential structures. 58.13220 allows for partial exemption of real estate and property taxes on certain rehabilitated, renovated, or replaced residential structures. Under certain circumstances, residential structures, I told you I wasn't good at this, that have been rehabilitated, renovated, or replaced and are no less than 15 years old, you can actually give them a reduced tax lien, a tax fee on the increased value of the structure after the rehabilitation or replacement. And you can extend that out for up to a period of 15 years. Now, localities can decide whether they want to prorate that down over the course of those 15 years, or if they want to give that full credit for the first of those years. And that is any criteria that the county wants to use as to what they're willing to do that on, or the county or the locality, sorry. They can set that up. This is just the parameters they would have to stay in. And 3219.4 is similar, but in that case, you actually have to have a designated redevelopment, conservation area, or rehabilitation district. But other than that, it's extremely similar, and your exemptions on those can actually go out for 30 years. Now, here's my favorite. And I know a lot of people don't like this, but I do. Mixed income housing. It's a combination of market rate and low to moderate income housing. The advantages to this to a developer are there are funds available, state funding, federal funding, to offset or cover the cost of the LMI units and generally a percentage of the common areas. As far as the particulars or any of that, the gentleman sitting in that chair probably knows a lot more than I do. But it is an option. And I missed the speaker from Greensboro, I believe it was the mayor, but from what I gather, that fits right into the conversation he was having about redeveloping and not thinking about the affordable side. The income levels of the families and the number of units set aside, stuff like that affect the project. But, again, that's something that you really, a locality that wants to do that probably ought to get in touch with DHCD, and I'm sure they can work with them on that. Oh, next page. Okay, here's where zoning variances. The only thing I'm going to say about zoning variances is don't be afraid to use them if you have to. Don't let a developer walk away because you wouldn't give him another 2 feet where he could move the house over. I know some localities are great, and some of them are just like, well, this is what our zoning is. But don't don't let it come back and bite you. On multifamily project. On multifamily projects, I know some communities, and I didn't research into any of our localities do this, but they have certain site development standards on multifamily housing, whether it's green spaces, a certain amount of green space, or, that's another negotiable point that you should be able to use with a developer and say, hey, if you can build another unit, or we'll let you build that extra unit, and we'll kick back on the green space you have to use. Sometimes that's enough to make a deal go through. In 2020, the Virginia General Assembly passed a law that allows for density bonuses. And basically what that comes down to, state law allows for municipalities to grant a 20% density bonus in return for a 10% set aside of low to moderate income housing, which means you can build 20% more as long as you set aside 10% of those units for low to moderate income housing. If you go, and that's at an 80% AMI level. If you go lower and you drop that level to 50% AMI, you only have to have a 5% set aside. So again, there's another situation where if you can get a builder, it's always easier or cheaper for a builder to add on another unit, and if he's going to get more return because he could add on that extra unit, then why not do it? And it brings that affordable housing into your same project. All right. So one thing I wanted, and I'm going to do this short now because I got the 2 minutes. I looked into some of the localities and look at your zoning ordinances. There's a lot of localities that don't allow things like ADU units or accessory dwelling units. And there seems to be a big move to parents moving into an accessory dwelling unit that they purchased. Their children can move out of the small house that they've outgrown. They move into the main house, and you've got another starter home on the market. I know Pennsylvania County right now is looking at doing that. They're looking to revise their ordinances in 2024. And the biggest thing I can tell you, and I'll wrap it up with this, is I was in construction for 30 years. And one thing I know hasn't changed. Developers don't build things that they're not going to make some money on. So when you take them out there, and you got to keep in mind that if you don't have what they have in Martinsville, well, they might have something in Danville for them, or they might have something in Franklin County, and it might just be you didn't present it right. So do your homework before they come. Prove to these guys that they're going to be able to sell these units that they're building. Prove to them they're going to be able to rent these units that they're building. Show them that your market's good. Show them, bring your real estates in and have them talk with them about how they've got 15 people lined up looking for a house. You got to convince them that you guys are going to be easy to work with, that you're going to listen to them, and that they're going to be able to sell what they build there, because they will walk away if they don't think there's a buyer. And I'm good.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Sadler. I am a consultant with Complete Community Economies. I work for Martinsville and Henry County as the Housing and Revitalization Coordinator for both the city and the county. And so I want to talk a little bit about sort of the resources in Martinsville and Henry County, and I'm going to wrap up by talking about a quick little project. Well, it has not been a quick little project, but I will speak quickly about a project that we've been working on. So some of the resources, the actual hard resources that Martinsville and Henry County have, is that the city has a rehab tax abatement, as Sean was just mentioning. It is mostly geared towards mixed use and commercial properties, but it does cover the rehabilitation of existing properties above a certain amount. So basically what that means is that, as Sean had mentioned, that localities can use up to 15 years. In Martinsville, it's 5 years. And so the first of those 5 years, there's 100% abatement of the increment of taxes. So, if your property was worth $100,000 and then you fixed it and now it's worth $500,000, the abatement is on that $400,000 increase in value. And then for years 2 through 5, it's at 50% of the increment. So that can be very valuable, especially for mixed use projects. There's a few, actually earlier today, Mark McCaskill highlighted a couple of projects that would work with the big factory and then also the old BB&T property. One of the other things that the city has done is they've acquired property over the years, and they've been very active recently in the last 3 or 4 years about acquiring properties that have been derelict or they wanted to keep from becoming blighted and derelict, and then making those available to developers. Again, the two that Mark highlighted earlier, I'm not sure if Mark mentioned, but for that BB&T, the request for proposal closes, I think, next Friday. So if you're interested, you need to get on that pretty quick. But that's something that they've been really active with. Now, the county, on the other hand, hasn't necessarily acquired properties, but they've made decommissioned properties available. One recent was a school, the John Red Smith Elementary School, which, I think they transferred for a nominal amount, but they also put some work into doing asbestos abatement on it and some other work that was necessary to help get that moving. So while it wasn't a standardized, we're going to do this for every property that somebody acquires in the county was very helpful in making sure that the deal could be profitable. The Harvest Foundation has an affordable housing fund. It is used as a backstop for select projects at this point, and there is an affordable housing incentive. So it's based on keeping, if you are building new units, I'm trying to figure out how to best explain it. Basically, if you can keep a certain proportion affordable, then there is a grant that would be made to the locality to help offset the difference to some amount, but that has not actually been utilized at this point. So it's there. But for the backstop for the selected project, let's see what's next on here. I did want to talk real quickly. One of the first things, so I've been working with the county and the city for about 3 years now, and one of the first things we did is commissioned a housing demand study. And that was with a grant from Virginia Housing. And basically it was completed fall of 2020, so almost 2 years ago. But in short, it just shows extremely high rental demand at all price points, from 40% AMI to 200%. We assume it's actually above 200%, but you sort of had to cut it off somewhere as far as doing the research, and that's what we were really trying to target at. Interestingly, the AMI for Martinsville-Henry County has increased by a minimum of 15% since that study was completed. So for both 2020 and 2021, the AMI increased about $3,000 each of those years, and we're expecting it to go up another $3,000-$4,000 this year. So that's a pretty rapid rise for an area that 10 years ago was being highlighted in New York Times as like the poster area for poverty. It's really just not the case anymore. I mean, these are good jobs that have come to the area and well-paying and consistently increasing those wages. However, the current housing stock is super old. It's pretty outdated, and much of it's in ill repair. It really resonated earlier when we heard about, similar with Danville. You don't have cheap rents, you have cheap apartments. It's a lot of these places. I toured a few places where people said, I just renovated this apartment. I walked there. I was like, so when did you renovate this? They were like, 2007. I was like, okay, and you didn't replace any of the appliances? So, and that was 2 years ago. So a lot of apartments like that. So getting some updated things. But 50% of the housing stock is 50 years old or more, and 70% is at least 40 years old. So I think similar to what we were hearing earlier. And an interesting thing we found is that nearly 11,000 people drive into Martinsville and Henry County every single day to work from outside the area. And some of those are from Danville, some of those are from Franklin County, some from Patrick County probably, many from the Greensboro area we know. So, this whole idea of having a regional area, the workforce is regional, and so therefore the housing needs to be regional, and it needs to be in each of the spaces. And what we've gotten from this is while there weren't necessarily a whole lot of super standard incentives for Martinsville, Henry County, both the city and the county I have found are very eager to be helpful and try and solve the problems. So I wanted to talk about partnership. We call it 5 points. It's at one of the major gateway areas to the Uptown district of Martinsville. For those of you who aren't familiar with Martinsville, Uptown is what we call downtown area, the central business district. So this is where Business 220 intersects with, I think it's 57 runs right through there, but basically it's a 5-point intersection. So rebranding the area, which needed a little love, a little attention, a little revitalization, has 5 points. So basically these are the cottages that we put in. This is the rendering before they were put in place, but this is the cottages that we put in. These are approximately 1,000 square feet each. I think they're like 992 square feet. It is infill. It's a partnership with the city. The city owned most of the property, which they had acquired over the years. The Harvest Foundation, Virginia Housing, and Nationwide Homes, which is a local home builder. We also brought in the United Way as a partner on this. This is the layout. So this is a fairly dense area, residential area to begin with. The houses are closer together than what would typically be allowed. Part of this was we wanted to maximize the number of units we could make available with the least amount of cost. Since it was city-owned, you can kind of do whatever you want with city-owned property as far as your setbacks, so we were able to fill it in with this. Originally, I will go back. So the key components here, we were awarded a Virginia Housing Innovative Demonstration Grant of $500,000. That award was made in June of 2020, which means our application was put together in January of 2020. As you know, somewhere between January and June of 2020, kind of everything got messed up. So this has not been a very easy project, but we have continued to work through it. So it is city-owned land for the most part. They did have to acquire one lot in there. The city also provided a lot of the site prep, so actually grading it, getting it so that the houses could be put on. Harvest uses the Affordable Housing Fund that I mentioned earlier to purchase and hold the homes until they are sold. So Nationwide builds them. Nationwide, through a sister corporation, Silver Point Homes, actually does the installation. And at that point, they have to be paid for. And so Harvest, the city pays for them, Harvest reimburses the city, and then as the homes are purchased, they get paid back to the fund. Nationwide Homes and Silver Point Homes both cut their margin for this project. They were very interested. One of the things that we've heard in the area from all the employers is that so many of their employees live so far away that they're always late for work. Nationwide gives $1 an hour bonus for every hour. If you are on time every shift for 2 weeks, you get $1 an hour bonus. So they do 50-hour weeks, so that's $100 a pay period bonus. Fewer than a third of their employees receive that bonus. And so Specifically, they need housing in the area for their employees. They also reworked the plan so that these could be more material efficient. This is part of the innovation that we were trying to demonstrate, is that if basically they reworked the plan so they could use less lumber. As lumber prices skyrocketed over the last 2 years, it certainly didn't make these houses any cheaper, but the increase in price was less than it would have been otherwise. So the end result is that these would be $205,000 to $225,000 properties, and we are listing them for $155,500, which is the market rate for the house. So that's really what the difficulty is in a lot of these cases, is that the cost to build the house exceeds what the market rate for the house is, and trying to match those up. So really we just tried to use all the different resources that were available so that we could get this project together. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chris Thompson with Virginia Housing. Thank you for getting that started. So when we kicked off this morning, there was a lot of data thrown at you, and I thought it was a great way to really set the table for today's talk. And I'm going to hit you with a few more stats before I jump into it, just to kind of talk about how we approach this as the Housing Finance Agency. So the numbers I'm going to give you are statewide, but I'll pull back and talk more specifically about this region as we get a little bit deeper. But in Virginia, right now, 1 in 3 households are cost burdened. That means they're paying more than 30% of their income on housing-related costs. In Virginia, 1 in 10 are paying more than 50% of their income on housing. That makes it really tough for families that have to make a decision between paying rent and mortgage, making decisions about medical care, quality food, transportation. And so that's really where we start coming into the equation. So we're Virginia Housing, celebrating our 50 years in service. Used to be VHDA, Virginia Housing Development Authority. We rebranded the other year, but we're same group, same people, same mission. And really, we were created back in '72 to help Virginians attain quality and affordable housing. We do that through a lot of different means. Many people know us through mortgages. A lot of people get their first mortgages through Virginia Housing. But we also play pretty extensively in the rental multifamily space as well. And then part of my job here, and also with colleague Chris McNamara, we go around the state and work with communities and developers and all those partners in the housing space to just see how we can help you out and move the needle in terms of better housing. And I would say for us, we have really, this is great. So, first, let me also thank Barbara for pulling this together. It's been extremely well orchestrated. And, the idea that this is not a Danville problem, a Martinsville problem, this is a regional problem. It's great that everyone's here to talk about how we can all work collaboratively and pull it together. Chris joined our team because we decided we really need to focus on that intersection between housing and economic development. And so we are out there now trying to start conversations with local governments around economic competitiveness and what it means to have the housing infrastructure to support workforce development. And so I'm going to pick on Earlene and Earl because y'all happen to sit in the front row and I can see y'all. So that was your first mistake. But thinking about economic development and jobs, and that's what so many people are focused on. Y'all are working on a project now that you're bringing to completion. How long has it taken you from concept to being able to lease those out? How many years has that taken you? So, but still kind of a 3 to 4 year period between when you started thinking about it, going through your conceptual development, permitting, all of that fun stuff, and then lining up all your resources from folks like everyone up here to when you actually have people in those units. I mean, you're talking 4 years, and that's what we really try to get out and emphasize as well, is that we're already in a deficit in terms of housing supply right now. We don't have a magic wand. We can't click our heels to suddenly make housing appear overnight. So we need to have those conversations more proactively about planning for future development and making sure that, yes, housing is available as the economic start to take an upswing and you start to see those benefits in your communities. And so that's a lot of where we're coming from today to talk about that connection between housing and economic development. Just to give you kind of a sense of volume, we work statewide. We spend our time bouncing all around the state. In fact, some other folks are here from our home ownership division. We have a mobile mortgage office that travels around. You'll hear more about that later, so I don't want to steal their thunder. But, in FY21, we did lending for multifamily development of just under $1 billion to help create about 7,000 new units. We place a real high emphasis on home ownership, education, housing counseling. We've got a great partner here. I see Kim and Larissa here. They are fantastic assets and do such a wonderful job at the Housing Education Center. If you haven't been there, you need to go check it out. And so they're part of that whole training education component. And then on the home ownership side, mortgages totaling just under $2 billion for FY21. So, we're out there, trying to make an impact on business. And what I also really enjoyed hearing this morning was all the localities talking about the assets they have, whether it's school boards who own property, economic development authorities that own property, local governments that have taken the initiative, housing authorities that own property. And I want to kind of pivot a little bit and talk about, how we can help kind of set the stage for some of that, even before we get to thinking about financing. But what can we do with some of those assets? And so we've created an array of programs that can help all of those partners, local governments, redevelopment housing authorities, our development community, to look at some of those properties and say, okay, what can we do with them? So we can help fund feasibility studies, environmental analyses, market studies. We can do master planning, site planning. So, we've been out there trying to be a little more active in the community to say, hey, we've got some resources to really help you go through that planning and pre-development phase to even see, what is possible. So we want to make sure you know about those resources. Most of them are available on a non-competitive basis, open just about for the entire year, so you can come to us. We can talk to you about what the potential is to partner on some of this work. We even have some larger grants where we place a really high premium on community engagement. So really hearing from residents, from stakeholders, from the community. So if you're looking at doing some more large-scale development and want to incorporate some more input, whether you're doing design forums or charrettes or just community meetings, we have funding that can help support that. We even have a program that can help do translation services. So if you're dealing with populations who need information available in languages other than English or things like that, we have programs that can help pay for those resources so that, again, you're out there reaching the community that you're serving. We have a stabilization and a deconstruction program. In fact, I saw Earl Reynolds here earlier. He's still here. Earl's been amazing to work with. City's been great to work with. We use this program over in the Old West End area. There was a building, I think it had like 23, 24 former units, was vacant. City owned it. They needed to do some stabilization just so it was weatherproof, weathertight, and they could kind of get it up to a stable position until that could be put on the market and sold, which it has been since then. So a great story of working with the city to maintain an asset that's now going to be redeveloped into housing. Conversely, sometimes we don't like to tear down buildings, but it's necessary. So we also have a deconstruction program to help aid in that part as well. So you've got land that is now ready to be redeveloped. Jeff talked about the innovation program with Martinsville, and kudos to the city for bringing the land to the table, and to Harvest Foundation for stepping up. That's been a great project. What I say is that what we've learned is, if anything, innovation is messy. It's not always pretty. It doesn't always go the way you want. But we use those experiences so that we can learn and build on that, and take that Five Forks project and do the next one, and even do it a little bit better. So these are some examples where we've used our innovation program to help stimulate development around new construction technology or building processes. So the image on over here, those are actually shipping containers that we purchased from a company and assembled into about 1,000 square foot units. So those are actually 3 shipping containers combined together. The cool thing was, we've actually worked with that company now to where they are going to locate a manufacturing facility in Virginia. They're moving away from shipping containers and now into steel frame modular construction, but it's great because we'll have a manufacturer pumping out 200, 300 new units a year, plus creating 200 new jobs as part of that. You've got the image from Five Forks in there, and the other image is a 3D printed home. So we worked with a company to bring 3D technology to Virginia. That was a home that was done in partnership with Habitat out in the James City County area. We've done a second one in the Richmond area. So, another way we're trying to, kind of get the private market to adopt some new technologies and, facilitate more. At the end of the day, we don't care if it's built on site, if it's built in a factory. We just need more inventory. And so we kind of see our role as helping to facilitate bringing some of that new technology into the Commonwealth. For our for-profit developers and nonprofits as well, we also have a pre-development loan. So if a project that seems like it's ready to go, we have a loan program. It's 3 years, 0% interest. The project goes forward. You pay that back when you get your construction financing. If for some reason you get through that project or get through the due diligence and it just doesn't pencil out, or something comes up where it doesn't work, we can actually forgive that loan as well. So that can go up to $200,000 or $300,000 depending on what part of the state you're in. So just another tool that you can take advantage of to kind of get projects moving forward. And what I did want to pull back, how much time do I have? 2 minutes. All right, I'll be quick. So, when we talk about housing, a lot of times we get confused when we talk about median incomes or affordable or workforce or market rate. So to kind of set the stage of what we talk about when we're saying workforce housing, I looked at some salaries in Danville. So Danville area, the median income, $63,000, 80% of that is $47,000. And so looking at that and how it compares to teacher salaries in Danville, you can see, okay, this really is kind of like workforce housing. And that's the message we're trying to get across. But housing is also a continuum. It's not just for teachers or public safety officials or those who work at local government. It's for those that also work at Sheetz down in South Boston. It's for the person that checked me into the hotel last night. So we got to think about that continuum, and that's what we've done with some of our programs. So we've created some tiered financing programs. So for instance, we've got this 80-20 program. So if you were going to develop, for sake of math, 10 units of rental housing, 8 of those could be at market rate. You can charge whatever rent you think you can squeeze out of them. 2 of those have to be set aside for someone that's making that $47,800 a year. And so we do that because we want to blend incomes, we want blended, more diverse communities, but we also understand that we need to incentivize development to make some of these deals flow. So we've got programs that offer this kind of tiered development. And just kind of wrap up, give you some examples. We've done a lot of work in the area. I want to highlight some things outside of the area. So this was up in Northern Virginia. It was a faith-based partnership, a church that owned property. Their congregation had shrank a little bit, and they also just needed to update some of their buildings. They worked with a nonprofit developer to build this development, which includes the sanctuary. So within this multifamily development, they still have their worship services. There's an incubator, a kitchen incubator for folks to learn how to go into the culinary trades, and then you've got 170 plus units of affordable housing. Every community you go to has an old school. This is one that particularly our friends at Rural Development and DHCD know very well. Montgomery County took an old elementary school, repurposed it into housing that also has a brewery on site, has a kitchen incubator on site, and is expanding to build more housing units. So they really created a sense of place here. So it's not just a place you go to, call home. It's a place for that community to go and interact on a regular basis. And then this is out kind of far southwest Virginia. This was an old pharmacy, lunch counter kind of building. Was highly popular, was a centerpiece for this community in Big Stone Gap. Had fallen off for a while, been empty. The Redevelopment Housing Authority and the town purchased it. They worked with us and some others to bring it back to life. So now you've got 5 units of housing upstairs that are all rented out. Got a fantastic restaurant on the main level and some co-work space down in the lower level. So that's really been a catalyst for other development because people have seen, okay, well, that project works. It's going to be worth my time to invest in that community. So again, we can scale to very small projects up to the very large. And just want to make sure you're aware we're not only here to help with mortgages. We're not here just with permanent financing. We have some funds that can also kind of help seed development and get some of these concepts going. Last one, Mercer Place. Everyone, again, loves teachers. This was billed as teacher housing. It's in Lancaster County. You can't just have housing just for teachers, but what they do, the school system was a huge supporter of this. So 24 units, anytime a unit becomes available, they kind of, through word of mouth, pass it on through the school system. So I think out of the 24 units, 22 are still being used by teachers in Lancaster and 2 are from other counties. So it's been very effective. And again, a very good way of developing, something that supports a local employer. Other case studies, if you want more information, we've got a booth outside with some. Here's a link to our website, and thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tori McGowan. I'm the program manager for the real estate office at the Department of Housing and Community Development. So I'll be talking about several of our programs this afternoon. But just recently, our new director conducted some listening sessions across the state. I think they conducted 7 listening sessions dealing with housing and so what some of the issues are around the state. And some of you may have been involved with those discussions. And so we really got some really good feedback from localities, developers, nonprofits, housing organizations, to kind of set the course for us over the next several years. So we appreciate your help with that. And we learned some new things, he said this morning in our staff meeting. He said we learned some things, or a lot of things we knew, but we did actually learn some new things from those stakeholders. So I'm going to talk about the programs at DHCD that address workforce housing for the most part. We have other programs as well, but I'm going to focus mainly on 4 programs at DHCD that you may be interested in. But first of all, let's talk about workforce housing. So what is workforce housing? For our purposes, it's typically defined as 60 to 110% of the area median income. So it's for those jobs that every community needs, like nurses, teachers, emergency personnel, public servants, and service and retail positions. So we're looking at the housing options that are affordable to the region's essential workforce. So as I said, we're going to talk about 4 programs. The first one is affordable and special needs housing. So this is a program, it's a partnership between DHCD with state funds as well as some federal funds from the National Housing Trust Fund and the Home Funds that provides gap financing to make it possible to create and preserve affordable housing units across the Commonwealth. It achieves these goals by providing assistance in the form of permanent gap financing to developers for projects that will meet local affordable housing needs as well as the state housing policy. So DHCD awards this affordable housing resources through a competitive application on an annual basis, and again has those three funding resources. It's interesting to note that this year's the budget has actually increased the amount of funding that's available. So for the next 2 years, the Virginia Housing Trust Fund will have $75 million each year, so $150 million total over the next 2 years to increase the impact of this program. So for last year, the spring 2022 competitive application rounds, we funded 34 projects totaling over $27 million, and as a result, these projects will create and preserve almost 2,000 units. And so that program is more for multifamily housing programs. The next program is more for homeowners, so people that are buying their houses. For first-time home buyers, it provides gap financing for them to put a down payment on a home. So, and for them to purchase safe, decent, and accessible housing. So there is a mandatory affordability period that they must follow after they purchase the home and keep that as their primary residence. But depending on their eligibility, they could get between 10 and 15% of the down payment for the purchase price of the house for the down payment, as well as up to $2,500 in closing costs to assist them in purchasing their first home. The next program, I think someone in our next session is going to talk a little bit more about this program, but it's called Acquire, Renovate, and Sell, or ARS. And the goal of this is to create affordable home ownership opportunities, again, for low to moderate income first-time home buyers. So what we do is we provide a provider with funds that they provide their own funding to purchase an undervalued home, and then use ARS funding to help them renovate that, in addition to any additional funds that they may need to use to renovate the home, and then they resell the property at fair market value once the renovations are complete. Then after the sale, the funding comes back to the ARS program to allow us to work with other projects, and then the provider uses the net proceeds as program income to help reinvest in other local affordable housing efforts. And the funding is up to $45,000 of ARS funding for those projects, but those are typically single-family homes. And the grantees are typically housing organizations, nonprofits, those types of organizations. But I think Mike will talk about that a little bit more next. And then finally, the program that my office works with is called the Industrial Revitalization Fund. And even though it says industrial in the name, it's not necessarily just for industrial purposes or former industrial uses. It's to help any vacant, blighted building be renovated and have an adaptive reuse for that building. So all of us know of buildings in your hometown that are kind of those white elephant buildings that have been vacant for years and have, for one reason or another, like in Danville, the former textile buildings that have gone into disrepair. So eligible uses or former uses, you can see there, could be manufacturing, warehousing, mining, transportation, even former schools, and then those large-scale white elephant structures. So funding can assist with mixed-use redevelopment of these structures as long as at least 30% of the usable square footage, once the project is done, is available for commercial use. So it cannot be strictly housing projects, but there has to be a commercial component to that. We are getting more and more of these type of mixed-use projects, especially in downtown areas where the first floor may be retail space and the second or third floors may be residential, to really open up and reactivate those upper floor spaces. We do these in the forms of grants or loans. If it's a private developer or private end use, it's done as a grant to the locality, who then loans the money to the developer at a low interest rate. With the infusion of an additional $45 million of ARPA funding over the next 2 years, it's really allowed us to expand the program. Typically, it's been a $1.5 to $2 million program per year, but with this additional funding, we have a round that's going right now. The applications are due tomorrow. I think at this point we have about $30 million in requests in process. So, and we anticipate even more than that. But with that, we actually have allowed us to do some planning grant rounds as well, which we have not been able to do in the past. So we will have a planning grant round that's going to be coming up. It's going to open up on September 1st. We actually have a webinar that we are going to conduct next week about the planning grant process. So it actually helps projects get ready to apply for a full IRF implementation grant to do those things like a feasibility studies, pro formas, initial A&E structural work, just to see what kind of shape the building is in and what's going to need to be done to get it back into use. And so, again, I'd be happy to talk with anybody more about that program as well as the others afterwards, because there's a lot of interest in the program, and we're excited about the additional funding that we're going to have over the next couple of years for that. So, that's all from me.
I'm Jeannie Barbaro, and I am the Single Family Housing Program Director for USDA Rural Development. We've talked a lot today about affordability, so there are like 3 things I want you to remember if you don't remember anything else about me. Is affordability, rural development, my business card's outside on the table if I say anything of interest to you. So I just wanted to go over a few of our programs that we have available. So I'm going to start off with our renovations with people that already own homes that, as we well know, maintaining a home can be expensive. So we work with our very low income families. Their income is 50% or less of the adjusted median. We want them to age in place, so we can loan money for renovating bathrooms. We can do ramps, we can do roofs, we can do windows, floors, doors. And this helps those baby boomers age in place. They don't have to leave their homes because maybe the bathrooms need a walk-in shower, things like that. We can do funding for that. Our loans are a 1% loan for 20 years. We also have grants for those homeowners that are 62 years or older. We can offer them $10,000 worth of grant money to remove some of those health and safety hazards. So some of these homes that are deteriorating, getting old, and you think there's no way that they can afford to fix them up, please reach out and let us see what we can do. The first screen is some pictures there of some of the homes that we have renovated. The small home on that left-hand side there that says home rehabilitation, that was when a little lady came to me, and I had not seen the house yet. And she told me she just needed a roof on her house. When I got to her house, you could see the light of day in her house. She needed way more than a roof. With indoor plumbing, we were able to just build her a new home. Actually, rural development ended up not putting any money into it. They built the house right next to it, the cream-colored home, built in the same place that her home was at. So, when you believe in miracles, believe in rural development, because we can make it happen. We're looking for the yes, not for the no. So we work with the very low income families, like I said, and we do grants and loans to help renovate these homes. To qualify, of course, they have to be a homeowner. They have to occupy the home and be unable to afford any credit elsewhere. And of course, their household income has to be below 50% of the area median income. And those are some before and afters of some bathrooms that we do. The loans are fixed 1% for 20 years. And we don't even have to take a deed of trust if that loan amount is less than $7,500. So, a lot of times you have these elderly people that need work on their homes. Nobody is around, but then when you start talking about title to their property or taking a lien, then all the family members come in and get pretty upset. So we can do a lot without even having to take a deed of trust. So those are for some of the already existing homes, and I know that we have them in the area that need renovation, need work on them. So we would be more than happy to help, get those taken care of. Our 502 Direct program is our home ownership loan. We can help homeowners build, buy. We do manufactured homes. We do used manufactured homes. And these are for the low and very low income families as well, looking for loans to purchase their homes. We can do them for 33 years. If their income is low enough, we can go 38 years, so we make it very affordable. These loans are subsidized. The interest rate right now is 3.25%, but that homeowner could be paying a 1% loan based on their income. So it's a very affordable program. It assists the low and very low families get homes that they ordinarily would not be able to afford. We also have a program for our developers and our contractors that we can issue conditional commitments to these homes that you're building. And this is just a written assurance that the agency will make a loan on that home to a qualified applicant. So I know a lot of times you're building 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 homes. If you can't get families that can afford them, then you're kind of stuck holding that bill for quite some time. So we can do conditional commitments on those homes and, guarantee that we can, loan the money on it if we find a qualified applicant for that particular home. So there's an application fee for those of $825, but if you want to avoid that, we also do purchase new, that these applicants can come to us, place an application to buy one of your homes in that subdivision that's never been lived in, and it's a new home, and we don't have to have a conditional commitment on it if we go that route. So there's many opportunities, many ways to work with you. Like I said, we're looking for the yes to be able to help in these communities. We have office locations across the state. I don't expect you to remember all of them. Like I said, if you pick up my business card, if you call me inquiring, I can direct you to the correct office who will be underwriting that particular loan. We're in Richmond, Withfield, Lynchburg, Harrisonburg, and also in the Cortland area. So we work across the whole state of Virginia. There's an example of one of our homes. We make it as easy as possible for the applicants. There's no down payment. And like I said, the payments range anywhere from a 3.25% right now to 1%. That screen is old because our interest rate did go up in the last 30 days. They are 100% affordable. And of course, you have to demonstrate a willingness and ability to repay that debt. We're looking at stable and dependable income. We look at the yes. If that credit score is not 640 or higher, we're going to look at the reasons it may have dropped. Maybe it's because they got 6 T-shirts because they applied for credit. So we're trying to be realistic and see what's going on with them and seeing if we can work with them so that they can afford the home. The house has to be less than 2,000 square feet. We'll work with that. If it's a little over, it's not the end of the world. We can work with a little over. If the household is large, of course, we can do a larger home if they need that. Typically, we're looking at an acre or less. We can also waive that. If it's a little more than an acre, it's fine. I realize some subdivisions in the areas, their limit is 5 acres, or you can't build in that subdivision. We can work with that. We can do a waiver for that. We do have a website. Obviously, it's www.rd.usda.gov. You'll find there our income limits. You'll find the loan limits. You'll find information about our program on that website. We also have a guaranteed loan program. These are for those households that have a moderate income, and they work with other lenders in the areas such as Virginia Housing. There's other like local bankers or whatever. They do the loan, we guarantee it. So it's the best deal around for bankers because they don't have a risk because rural development guarantees 90% of that loan. So the guaranteed program is also another program that we work with. Also, it's 0 down payment. Those are for 30 years. They do have to be in a rural area. We're obviously rural development, so you could check our website to make sure your piece of property was in a rural area. We can't do like downtown Richmond. We can't do the inner part of Danville, but we can do the outskirts of it. And so you would need to probably look up your property address to be sure that you were in an area that we could finance it. There's lenders, national lenders around. I'm sure that Virginia Housing will talk about the guarantee program when they come up. Again, like Chris said, I don't want to steal their thunder. And then, of course, we're on Twitter, Facebook. You can find us in the social media. And so, like I said, if you have questions, want to talk more about it, I'll be glad to talk to you during the networking, and my business card is out there in a booth. Thank you.
We do have time for questions if you have any. So any questions for you all for presenters? Y'all aren't that shy, I notice. Innovative project somebody's willing to throw out to see who wants to fund it first. All right, well, I think with no questions,
then we will take a break. So the next session will begin at 3:30.
So I'll get started. I'm Joy Wood with Movement Mortgage, and it's a pleasure to be here today and a greater pleasure to see so many enthusiastic and interested people about residential housing in our area, in our region. And I just hope that you all come back often. And if you live here, I hope you will celebrate later today in the exhibit area with those of us who are here to celebrate with you. Today, we have two speakers who are going to talk with you a little bit about some financing options. Michael Urban is going to speak with us first. He's the Director of Home Ownership and Lending for Virginia Housing. In his current position, Michael oversees home ownership lending with a concentration on new product development, program expansion into rural markets, and ensuring home ownership programs are accessible statewide. Prior to joining Virginia Housing, Michael worked as a single-family housing program director with USDA at Rural Development. As program director, he oversaw the single-family housing direct and guaranteed loan programs in Virginia, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Prior to joining Rural Development, Michael worked in the mortgage industry as a loan officer. Awesome. Wholesale account executive and wholesale area manager with Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. Michael is a graduate of Louisiana State University and has worked and traveled all across the country. He currently lives in Montpelier, Virginia, and his wife, Therese, and their 3 children, Veda? Awesome. Tristan and Layla. Michael, welcome.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying. Chris, I think your session must have been a little more interesting than ours since people have left. But you guys are still here, and that's what's important, so I'm excited about it. Thank you for having this session. Barbara, you've done a great job. There's a lot of, obviously, excitement, enthusiasm in the room. And obviously at Virginia Housing, this is what we care about, housing, whether it's single family, multifamily, but we're happy to be here and to talk about our programs. So I'm going to start off talking about a little bit of projects that everyone else before me has talked about, and then I'll talk about some of our programs. So I'll start here in Danville. Hopefully the people that have lived in Danville have seen this project. These are manufactured housing. This is a manufactured home that's in the city of Danville. So I don't know if Kim's still here. Oh, Kim left, and she knew she was getting a shout out. But a big round of applause for Kim for making this happen. The city of Danville, Danville RHA, creating an overlay district to allow manufactured housing within the city limits. And this isn't regular manufactured housing. This is a new next generation of manufactured housing. It's an MH Advantage or a choice home. It's a label that Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac gives to manufactured housing, which allows for better financing options. The difference between these and a traditional manufactured home is the higher pitch roof, lower grade foundation, and drywall throughout. My team, we actually got here yesterday. We got to meet with one of the home buyers of this, Ms. Fallon. I heard someone was talking about, I think Chris was talking about, what is affordable housing? This is affordable housing that a single mother with 2 twins and is a local school teacher bought. This is what affordable housing is in our communities. Jeff Sadler talked briefly about modular housing, the 5 Points neighborhood that they're doing in Martinsville. 5 homes currently developed with 7 more planned. These homes are just recently listed for $155,000. 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, little under 1,000 square feet. Super cute homes. And Randy, I warned you too that I was going to give you a little bit of a shout out. Randy Grumbine with the Virginia Manufactured and Modular Housing Association. This is affordable housing in neighborhoods that can be delivered quickly. So talk to Randy if you haven't yet. Chris talked briefly about the 3D printed home that's happened in Richmond. I think our realtor she probably left as well. But this is a 3D printed home that was printed in Richmond. The plan, there's one built in Williamsburg as well. Developers come to Pulaski. The plan is to build about 200 of these in the region. So this is another way to bring affordable housing to communities quickly. This also addresses some of the labor issues that we have, because you're 3D printing. It can be done in 1 to 2 days. It's a quick way to get the walls up, and then it's traditional construction on the inside. Another thing that I do not have printed on here is community land trusts. Hopefully you guys are aware of this model, but it's a way to make sure that housing is affordable and to perpetuity. There's Maggie Walker Community Land Trust in the Richmond region. There's Piedmont Community Land Trust in Charlottesville, which is formerly Thomas Jefferson. Habitat has started a Virginia statewide community land trust, and there's a group in Lynchburg that is forming a land trust as well. So Tori briefly talked about the Acquire, Renovate, Sell program. This is another program that we're working with DHCD. We funded this. They're leading out the efforts to implement this program with nonprofit housing partners. What partners will do is go out, acquire undervalued homes, put some money in to renovate them, and then they will sell them to a low to moderate income home buyer that are within Virginia housing income limits. 2 weeks ago, we were in Martinsville, touring around the city. There was about 100 properties that have identified that could potentially work with this. I was talking to Barbara at lunch. Danville has a list of properties that would be good for this. So if you're a developer that wants to go in, buy properties, fix them up, and sell them on the open market, these two towns have a list for you. Go take advantage of those lists. All right, I'll talk briefly about some of our loan options. Obviously, Joy's here with Movement Mortgage. We have Sam Hanks here, who drives one of our mobile mortgage offices. They're the experts. If you want more questions than the very brief 4-minute explanation I'm going to give you for the rest of my time here, these are the people you want to talk to. We do have income and sales price limits for all of our programs. So you'll see two different sets of limits here. We have standard limits, we have grant limits. We have families of 2 or fewer, or 3 or more. This region is in the all other areas of Virginia. So you can see a family of 2 can make up to $88,300, or a family of 3 or more, $101,000. And then the sales price limit is $295,000. These limits are actually increasing tomorrow. So if you get our announcements, you'll find out what those are. I do not have them memorized, unfortunately, but these limits are going up. We also have grants. So you heard about some other grants that have a repayback period. Our grants are free money. This is a grant, never has to be paid back. Our down payment assistance grant is paired with our FHA or conventional loans. These loans require a down payment, so we want to help with that. And it's 2 to 2.5% of the purchase price, depending on the loan that it's paired with. We have a plus second mortgage as well. So the previous chart that I showed you with the income and sales price limits, if you're above the grant income limits, you may want to get our plus second mortgage because you need that money to help with your down payment. And for certain applicants with higher credit scores, you can get additional assistance to pay some of your closing costs. So with our plus second mortgage, you can get your full down payment covered plus some closing costs. It's a 30-year fixed rate loan. It matches the interest rate of your first mortgage. For those VA loans or RD loans where there's no down payment required, these are 100% financing programs. We have closing cost assistance. Again, grant, free money. It's 2% of the purchase price. Help with those closing costs as well. So our loan programs, we have a conventional loan. This is a Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac loan, 3% down. Again, can be paired with either our down payment assistance or our plus second mortgage. And we have reduced mortgage insurance or no mortgage insurance options. Our FHA loan, 3.5% down. Again, can be paired with down payment assistance or a plus second mortgage. VA, just like I said, 100% financing, down payment's not required, so we created the closing cost assistance program for this one. Same thing with the USDA guaranteed, which is a no down payment requirement. 100% financing can be paired with our closing cost assistance program. In our government program, so the USDA, VA, and FHA, we go down to a 620 credit score with those programs. a mortgage credit certificate. Hopefully a lot of you guys in here have heard about it. If not, I will really quickly explain it to you. This is a dollar for dollar tax credit. So when the standard deduction came out a couple of years ago, most people stopped writing off their mortgage interest on their taxes. And if you do that, that is perfectly fine. If you have an MCC, you can still take 10% of your mortgage interest and claim it as a credit. It's a big savings if you have federal tax liability. With higher interest rates, we've equated to be about a 50 basis point reduction in your interest rate if you were to equate it out. This is just a simple chart here that explains how our loan programs work and what they can be paired with. So if you get a conventional or FHA loan, it can be paired with either down payment assistance or a plus second mortgage. And then with an MCC as well, if you have a VA or RD loan, it can be paired with closing cost assistance and a mortgage credit certificate. We are huge believers in homebuyer education. So whether you get whichever combination you get here, we want to pair them all with homebuyer education. We want to make sure that the people who are buying our homes are aware of what they're getting into, because it's great to get people into homes, but it's more important to keep them in their homes, and that's what this helps with. And then we also have post-homebuyer education as well to help people understand their escrow statements, change in taxes, and just ongoing maintenance that comes with homeownership. Education is a big piece for us to make sure that our people know what they're getting into. These resources can be found on our website, virginiahousing.com. You can also find a lender. So if you go onto the website, you enter your zip code, you can find Joy with Movement Mortgage, or you can find Sam Hanks or Alan Anders with Virginia Housing. I know, sorry. So you can find our lenders on the website. You can also go out and learn about our loan programs. And you can learn, we have a lending wizard out there as well. So if you want to go out there, you could write your income on there, some of the characteristics of what you have, where you're looking to buy, and you can see what programs you potentially qualify for. So hopefully you guys have seen this guy before, Alan Anders, in our mobile mortgage office. Alan is on vacation, goofing off this week. So Sam Hanks, if you don't mind raising your hand back there, he's here with his mobile mortgage office. These offices travel the state and are more underserved markets. We want to make sure that all of Virginia is covered with Virginia housing programs and that there's awareness so everyone has an opportunity to get a Virginia housing loan. And then, most importantly, if you want to stay up to date with Virginia housing, I mentioned that our new income and sales price limits are coming out tomorrow. You can text VHDA to the number 22828. So if you want to get our updates, text to the number 22828 VHDA, and you'll get our updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eric Wishnev. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Bryan, Wishnev and Associates. Eric is the Chief Executive Officer overseeing all consulting, syndication, investment, and development activities, which includes facilitating and closing of real estate projects and business expansions involving tax credit investments throughout the United States. He also sees the firm's real estate development activities. To date, the firm has facilitated over 250 projects representing over $4 billion in investment and over $1 billion in tax credits. He works extensively with both project sponsors and investors to help maximize the returns from their investments utilizing tax credits. His work includes performing financial analysis related to the use of tax credits, transaction structuring, and overall project management. He also works to ensure a project sponsor's objectives are met while maximizing the benefit from the use of any tax credit programs. Prior to joining the firm, Eric served as division counsel and director of land acquisition for a national home builder. His duties there included identifying, negotiating, and securing new land for residential development, as well as assisting with the entitlement process for these developments. Eric began his legal career in private practice, where his clients included various developers, builders, and lenders. Eric received his Bachelor of Science in Finance from Virginia Tech and his Juris Doctorate from George Mason University School of Law. I think his credentials are evident, and we welcome Eric Wishna.
Thank you. Oops. So it's always tough to be the last speaker between people and happy hour, so I'll try to keep things relatively brief so that we can move on to the reception. But, I've heard a lot of people mention today, obviously I think there's, the good news is there's demand, there's need for housing here in Southern Virginia, but the challenges are obviously with costs increasing, interest rates increasing. How do you make these projects work? And so one tool, and I know we've heard a lot of different options today, but one tool to help do that there's a variety of tax credit programs out there, both federal and state programs. And so I'm going to very briefly touch on them and talk through a couple of them that could be relevant. I think we've already covered our firm. So, we could probably spend an hour on each one of these programs. They are relatively complex, any of these tax programs are. But so I'm going to touch on the federal and Virginia historic credit, the federal low-income housing tax credit, the equivalent new program in Virginia, and then the new markets tax credit. So the federal historic tax credit is a 20% credit related to the renovation of historic buildings. So historic buildings are basically either buildings that are individually listed on the National Register or a contributing structure in a historic district. So a number of downtown communities are historic districts. If you're renovating a building in a downtown area, good chance that you're potentially eligible to take advantage of this program. So it's 20% of what they call qualified rehabilitation expense, or QRE. QRE is basically all of your hard renovation costs, as well as related design costs. It does not include acquisition, does not include most FF&E additions to buildings, site work. Basically, if you turn a building upside down and shake it around, anything that doesn't fall to the ceiling or floor is probably eligible. The nice thing about this program, there is no cap, there's no competition, so if you're looking to take advantage of it, you don't have to worry about whether it's going to be available. If you're willing to kind of jump through the hoops to use the program, then you can take full advantage. And even if your project costs increase, you don't have to worry about whether you need to come back and apply for more credits. The credit is whatever you spend in eligible expense. It is a substantial rehabilitation program, so it's not really for projects where you're just doing some minor cosmetic or aesthetic work to a building. You do have to do more substantial renovations. And, these programs are designed, obviously, project sponsors can use these tax credits themselves, but as I'll get into a little bit later, there is an opportunity to potentially monetize these credits. Basically, you can effectively sell them for cash, and then you can use those proceeds to help cover your project costs. There is a three-part application to qualify for the credits. Really, those are the hoops that you have to jump through. Part one is determining that a building is eligible for the program. Part two is that your renovation plans have to be reviewed and approved. First in Virginia, the Department of Historic Resources, and then at the federal level at the National Park Service. And then finally, once you finish your project, you have to submit photos, basically, that you followed the plans that were approved in Part 2. So Virginia has essentially a companion program to the federal credit, which is a 25% credit, 25% on that same QRE that is eligible for the federal credit. So, the great thing if you are willing to undertake the renovation of one of these buildings is you can, a high likelihood if you qualify for the federal credit, you can count on the Virginia credit, and that's combined 45% of the qualified expense in the form of tax credits. So obviously, either whether you can use those internally or whether you monetize them, that can really help cover a significant portion of your project costs. Like the federal credit, there's no cap, there's no competition. So if you're willing to jump through the hoops in Virginia, you can basically count on this credit as well. And also the credit can be monetized, much like the federal credit. So there's a number of kind of practical considerations when you're looking at a historic renovation project about whether a particular building is a good candidate for the program. Obviously, we're talking about housing today, so not every historic building is perfectly suited for conversion into housing. So it really does require some careful consideration. Bringing in design team to kind of help evaluate whether it's a good opportunity or not. There's other considerations. If you can't use the credits yourself as a project, you do have to have a project of a certain size. Generally a single-family home renovation is not going to be a big enough project to monetize the credits. So if you're looking to monetize them, you can't use them internally. Is your project big enough? It is a fairly complex process, so there's transaction costs and things that you need a project of a certain size to have it make sense. So very briefly, low-income housing tax credits. Another federal program related to the creation of affordable housing. There are actually two programs. One is competitive, one is non-competitive, but the overarching theme is that there are going to be restricted rents with the units as well as restricted incomes in terms of the people that can live in these units. Obviously, we have folks from Virginia Housing that they are the party that administers this program for the state of Virginia. The low-income housing tax credit is actually taken over a 10-year period. You're generally committing to keeping the units affordable for at least 15 years. You can use this program in conjunction with the historic tax credits. We've worked on numerous projects where people are actually triple dipping or taking advantage of numerous credits to help to make the numbers work. So as I mentioned, there's kind of two programs. There's the non-competitive, what we call 4% credit, that's used in conjunction with tax-exempt bonds, and then there is the competitive 9% credit, and those are 4% a year, 9% a year for 10 years, so 40 or 90% in total. The 40% credit or 4% credit, you simply have to meet the income requirements to qualify, whereas the 9% credit, because it's competitive, Virginia Housing has established kind of a methodology for how to score projects, and affordability or agreeing to keep your rents lower is part of the equation. And then there's a new program in Virginia, relatively new. In fact, it was passed originally last year. It's basically a companion program to the federal low-income housing tax credit called the Virginia Housing Opportunity Tax Credit. I believe the rules are still being finalized here, but basically it's an additional incentive that's available to help facilitate these affordable housing projects. It is challenging to make the numbers work on these projects, so this is very much welcome program to And there's a whole variety of investors out there that are looking to participate in these projects. Basically, they are participating for the most part for the tax credit. So you get the benefit of their funds, they get the benefit of the tax credit. It really becomes a win-win situation. The only thing I'll say here is just it is a relatively complex process. It adds quite a bit of strings, or there's quite a bit of strings attached with using these programs, and so it is definitely good to have people that have experience with these programs as part of your team, because it is very difficult to do. Just like any program, it's difficult to do it for the first time. So it is a process. It adds a lot of complexity to a development, but it's very worthwhile in the end. A couple other programs, just very briefly. Renewable energy tax credits obviously can be done in conjunction with any type of housing or other development. Putting solar on rooftops, we've worked on all types of projects where people are putting, solar on aggregating even single-family homes, and basically there's a tax credit related to, that you can monetize to help cover the cost of that solar. That program was actually just enhanced and extended in the Inflation Reduction Act that was just passed in Congress. So that program's going to be around for a while longer, and certainly makes solar and other renewable energies financially feasible, and certainly can be incorporated into any type of development project. And then the New Markets Tax Credit, that's a competitive program related to basically providing or creating economic development in designated low-income communities. Danville is actually a CDE that, or entity, has created an entity that has gotten an allocation of these tax credits and utilized New Market Tax Credits in Danville. But basically, it's a program to help create jobs, job training, education, and other opportunities, be a catalyst for development in these low-income communities. And certainly, we've done seen a number of projects, mixed use, that have been able to take advantage of this program. The minimum requirement is that at least, or in excess of 20% of your revenue has to be non-residential. So if you have a mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and upper floor residential, then you might be able to take advantage of this program. That's it. Time for happy hour.
Thank you, Eric. I'd like to now introduce Telly Tucker. Telly joined the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research, where we are sitting right now, as the first president on May 31, 2022. In this role, he provides high-level strategic leadership as the Institute continues its mission to catalyze regional economic transformation. As the former director of Arlington Economic Development, he led a team that successfully landed companies like Boeing's global headquarters and Microsoft, while continuing to build on the momentum of Amazon HQ2. Prior to that role, Tucker served 5 years as Director of Economic Development for the City of Danville, where he experienced much success, helping to revive Southern Virginia and its economy with major economic development announcements like AeroFarms, Morgan Olson. And before holding other various economic development and leadership roles, Tucker started out working as an educator for Lynchburg City Schools. Tucker has held various board appointments over the years, including with the Leadership Center for Excellence and Board of Regents, George Mason University's President's Innovation Advisory Council, and more. He has received the prestigious Certified Economic Development designation granted by the International Economic Development Council in Washington, D.C., and he's been named to the Virginia 500 Most Powerful and Influential Leaders in Business, Government, politics, and education for 2 consecutive years. Tucker is an accomplished pianist, a Lynchburg native, and obtained his Bachelor of Business Administration in International Business and Spanish from James Madison University. Let us welcome Telly Tucker.
I'm so sorry to tell you that Telly is not going to be able to make it today. He's our president here at the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research, and I'm sure he would want me to personally thank Joy for that wonderful introduction. He will be by sometime very soon. He wanted me to let you all know that, and he asked me to send his personal thanks to each and every one of you here today. We're so glad to have you here at the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research. We were so pleased to host this summit. It is much needed, and he also wanted to personally thank the Office of Economic Development at Danville and Tourism, Corey Bobe, Laura Ashworth, Kim Custer, and then Barbara Theater for all of your help and oversight of this program. Our goal here at the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research is economic transformation. So we know that each of you in this room shares that vision for Southern Virginia. And you've all heard from such wonderful experts today on some solutions and what the issues are. And we all know that to build the fabric of our community with first-rate employers and a skilled workforce, a quality supply of diverse housing options is a must. So we took a really important critical step here today by discussing the tremendous demand and the need for diverse residential types and price points, and we've opened conversations and opportunities for new housing developments. And I think that we can all agree that with the progress and growth of our region, Southern Virginia is truly the next new growth market for developers and builders. So now it's up to all of us to continue this collaboration, something that we know our region is fully equipped to do. And ILR looks forward to working alongside you as we seek solutions, and we're excited about our future. We hope that you all enjoy the reception here in our atrium tonight and that you enjoy networking with one another. And again, I hope that Telly can join us, and he will be more than happy to tell you more about the Institute and any way that we can be a tool and a resource for you all. And I may have failed to mention my name. I'm Allison Moore. I'm the Director of PR and Communications here. So again, thank you so much for coming, and I don't know if there's anything else, Barbara, that you wanted to share, but thank you all for attending today.